gratitude to commemorate the 33rd birthday observance of the great civil rights leader, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a man whose life, words, and sacrifices continue to speak prayerfully across generations, cultures, and nations. The theme for today's observance is, the time is right to do what is right. The time is right to do what is right. These very words spoken by Dr. King himself remind us that righteousness should never be delayed. Justice should not wait for convenience, comfort, or popular opinion. When something is right, the time to act is now. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood firm for justice, equality, peace, and love in a time when doing so was dangerous and very unpopular. Yet, he chose courage over fear and truth over silence. He believed that every human being, regardless of race, color, or background, deserves dignity and respect. As a school, this message is deeply relevant to us. Doing what is right begins in our daily actions, in honesty, kindness, discipline, and respect for authority, and love for one another. It means standing against bullying, discrimination, and injustice. It means choosing integrity even when no one is watching. To our very dear students, you may think you are too young to make a difference, but Dr. King reminds us that greatness is not determined by age, but by character. Each time you choose peace over violence, truth over lies, and love over hatred, you are living out the legacy of Dr. King. To our teachers and staff, you shape minds and mold futures. Let us continue to be role models who not teach only with words, but with our actions, showing our students that doing what is right is always worth it. As we reflect on the life of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, let us ask ourselves, what is the right thing to do in my school, my home, my community, and my nation? And having identified it, let us not delay. In the words of Dr. King, life's most persistent and urgent question is, what are you doing for others? May this commemoration inspire us to be people of courage, compassion, and conscience. Let us rise today with renewed commitment, knowing that the time is right always to do what is right. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
What a beautiful sight to behold. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them. Like I said, this is a symbol of freedom, a proclamation of the fact that justice must always reign. That's a salute to the chairman, to our deputy chairman, and to all the distinguished guests on the high table, and to all our esteemed parents. Thank you, beautiful and amazing children. You can as well wave at them. Thank you. We have next to Pablo Puppies in a beautiful attire, waving with excitement. them.
I can see the yellow, red, green.
All the houses are ably represented.
The accuracy is beautiful. This is beautiful. Oh, wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them.
Thank you so very much. Oh, you're beautiful. So very much.
Please have to go, ladies and gentlemen.
When I was invited to deliver this lecture, I asked the organizers if I could be given freedom to speak my mind on the issue. I was expressly told I could do so. I thank the organizers for the freedom. I want to exercise that freedom offered me now. I can tell you that if they had told me otherwise, I will not be here today. I come from a community, the academic community, that cherishes freedom, and I must address you with academic and lexical freedom. I pray you enjoy my academic delicacy. If you do not, I offer no apologies. It is my style. I must also appreciate a father that I respect for several reasons. That is the Esama of Benin Kingdom. I cannot tell you all the reasons why I respect him in this simple lecture, but I can tell you one major reason. Because he has created jobs for thousands of persons with his investments. And the Benin Education Center is one of such. Let me also use the opportunity to challenge other rich men in Benin Kingdom to do so. Because the more of this we have, the more poverty will be driven out of our society. Lady Cherry Benin also deserves special thanks. Behind every successful man, there is a woman. May God bless you for your good works. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember today Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the apostle of conflict resolution through non-violence. May his soul continue to rest in peace. Let me go straight to the lecture. The topic is the time is always right to do what is right. I consider this topic very important if our society must make significant progress in all areas. Let me say unequivocally that the current generation of youths are disappointing us when it comes to doing what is right. If anything else, we are making progress on the reverse. I wonder where this country is going to. I only pray for these generations and generations to come. Our approach to this lecture will be very simple. First, we shall define what is right and also give examples of what we must do. Then, we should also offer practical suggestions on the way to the promised land. According to Frank Awano Practical Dictionary, right is something done in accordance or conformable to moral law. Rightness, equitable, just, correct, true, accurate, and not mistaken. Ladies and gentlemen, and by extension our children here, the lecture affords me the opportunity to discuss with the leaders of tomorrow. The lecture is about you, how you can build your today to be great tomorrow. Your tomorrow starts today. Nations are not built overnight. You cannot succeed overnight. You must plan to succeed. If you fail to plan, then you have planned to fail. Success is about attitude, dedication, and focus.
The Bible did not even say you can succeed only by miracle. It says God will bless the works of your hand. I am a practical scholar and a philosopher of reality. Even if you believe in miracles, you must work on your attitude. You cannot reap where you did not sow. I do not know your ambition as children today. However, I do know that you must work towards the realization of that ambition, and that must start today. You cannot intend to be a medical doctor and you are not working hard on science subjects. You cannot intend to be a lawyer without working hard on the relevant subjects. It is quicker, I must repeat, our children, you must listen to this. It is quicker to jump from a story building than using the staircase. But we must know that jumping has hazards. You either die or at best break some parts of your body. I must say that from the information I have gathered about Igbenedion Education Center, the school is known for training children to abide by the high moral values that society requires of them. And I only advise that the institution should continue in this direction. I must also advise our children to take their studies serious. Let me make it clear that if you are serious with your studies, it is in your own interest. I repeat, if you are serious with your studies, it is in your own interest. My father told me this many years ago. I did not know until he died in 1997. Today I'm a professor and the benefit is for me and my family. My mother also died in 2003. My parents are not here to benefit from my intellectual successes. Your parents will not be there forever. Therefore, your success is majorly for your benefit. If you do not succeed, you will also be the one to suffer. Time is limited. The best time to start doing what is right is now. Procrastination is the father of failure. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. Think out something today. Work hard towards it, and the future will be bright for you. You do not wait for the future. You work the future out today by plan. You do not have to start big. Go and ask every big man today how they started. I'm sure most of them have small beginnings. I'm sure the Esama of Benin is a living example. You can rule your world if you are focused. Know what you want, go for it, and I'm sure you will achieve it. Do not be carried away by the successes of your peers when you do not know their source. Your peers might be involved in negative lifestyle. Do not wait for the right time. You create the time, and the time to start is now. Ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly define what is right. It is important before I go back to Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's conception of a right society. What is right? I have a simple explanation, and I've told people severally. You do not need the Bible, you do not need the Quran, you do not even need the constitutions of the land to tell you what is right. What is right, your mind will tell you. I will simply say that what is right are all acceptable norms and values of our society. In this direction, my students admonish you to stay away from social vices, stay away from criminal activities, stay away from cultism, armed robbery, arson, examination malpractices, rituals, and other negative things. In fact, this is the right time to stop what is wrong. Like I said, what is right, your mind will tell you. When God created us, He deposited your conscience. It will tell you what is right. You don't need the Bible, you don't need any paper to tell you. Unfortunately, let me quickly say this as a professor of political science. One area in which the political elites and top bureaucrats in Nigeria, their conscience will never tell them that. This is the area of corruption. I think their conscience will never tell them that corruption is wrong. In fact, I've written several papers on corruption. At a stage, I said corruption is caused by poverty. At another, I said it is caused by greed. Well, I got to a third stage, and I said that corruption is caused by wickedness. And I defined corruption caused by wickedness as amassing over and above what you know your generations yet unborn cannot consume, and you are still amassing that wealth. That is corruption caused by what? Wickedness. But the day as I was driving down this morning, I had a brainwave. I said I should go beyond wickedness. Maybe I should pity our corrupt leaders. I'm beginning to pity them. Maybe it's not their fault. Maybe we should subject most of them to psychiatric examination. That is what I'm thinking. So, well, you are aware that I'm a professor of political science. And so let me quickly advise our political leaders on what to do to avoid violence. Because Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King preached against violence. And so this is my suggestion to our politicians. They should engage in regular consultation. There should be an agreement on the grand norms. There should be a give and take philosophy. And they should know that no single person has all knowledge and information. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not be happy if I do not offer practical suggestions to our youths of today. This is because I do not believe in a Yahoo generation. Neither do I believe in a ritual generation. Let me pause to tell you this. I told one of my friends some few days ago, I said, look, it is a risky thing now. It's a big risk in Nigeria to have children. Now, but we must still have children. But I'm telling you, it's a risk. Because if you are not careful, they use you for ritual. And so, each time I have opportunity to interact with men of God, I tell them, this one you are saying, bind and loose, the enemy must die. Start from the house. Put it as a prayer point. May my children not kill me. So I challenge you today, as you go home, in your early morning devotion, say it, let their ears hear it. May these children not kill me in Jesus' name. First and foremost, we can be self-reliant. The youth needs to tell you can be self-reliant. How do you go about this? Discover your talent. 2, organize your resources. 3, engage yourself meaningfully. And finally, be honest and committed. Do hard job. Finally, let me tell our youths, hard work will never betray you. Consistency will never fail you. Patience will never disappoint you. Discipline will never mislead you. Honesty will never embarrass you. Learning will never harm you. Growth will never stop rewarding you. Focus will never confuse you. Humility will never disgrace you. Determination will never leave you empty. Wisdom will never misguide you. Efforts will never go unnoticed. Integrity will never lose value. Purpose will never misdirect you. Self-control will never weaken you. Time management will never fail you. Truth will never need defending. Ladies and gentlemen, at the risk of being sued by lawyers here, I dare to say, I rest my case. God bless you all.
And Edgil presented to do the lay of the week. And the esteemed Director of Administration has just laid that. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'd like us to keep clapping for them.
Please put your hands together for them.
We have been celebrating Martin Luther King in this very square. Can we just stand up and acknowledge vision and put our hands together and appreciate consistency to vision? Can we stand up and acknowledge this woman, this vision owner? Can we stand up and acknowledge persistence and commitment to vision? Because that is why we are standing here today, doing the right thing at the right time. Can we just put our hands together at once? Our dear Lady Cherry, my mom, we appreciate you. Celebrated for the past 33 years, and it's good that when we engage in any action or any assignment, we have understanding. We stand here today to lay this wreath in observance of Dr. Martin Luther King, being a symbol of the struggle against segregation in the United States of America through the non-violence movement. I want to also use this opportunity to remind us and to make us understand, like all the MC have been doing, that because of this great man, Martin Luther King, because of what he stood for, justice and righteousness, that is why students of Igbenedion Education Center, parents and Nigerian citizens can go boldly to the embassy of the United States of America and we are granted visa. Can we put our hands together to acknowledge that? I would like to welcome everyone to observance of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day with the theme, Mission Possible, Building Community, Uniting Nations Through Non-Violence. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated on the 4th of April 1968 at Memphis, United States of America. Why? Because of his civil rights activity. At the time, there was segregation against people of color in America. The purpose of observing of Martin Luther King Jr.'s Day is to celebrate the life and the legacy of a man who brought hope and healing to America, particularly the African American. I trust God today that on account of some of our students here too, we will be celebrating something good. As our speaker has said, that your family will celebrate you as you stand true for what is right. Igbenedion Education Center joined the rest of the world today to commemorate the timeless values he taught us through his example of non-violence, courage, truth, justice, compassion, dignity, humility, and service that is so radiantly defined in Dr. King's character and empowers his leadership. I believe that these same traits today we can see in the life of our Deputy Chairman, Lady Cherry Igbenedion, and that is why we are here still celebrating Martin Luther King after 33 years. Can we put our hands together? This observance commemorates the universal unconditional love, forgiveness, and non-violence that drove his revelation spirit. Today, African American can live in society free from segregation, work in freedom, and achieve their personal dream like every other American. This is because one man chose. This is because one man chose. This is because one man chose to be different by leading a non-violent campaign. At the time, it was thought impossible. So if you know that as a person, you yourself one fine day will continue to stand regardless of different opinion around you, you will stand to do the right thing at the right time. Can you put your hands together for yourselves? Thank you.
An emblem of freedom to other people around you. You must not allow yourself to be used negatively or to be an agent of injustice.
A famous Black American whose love for his people led to the loss of his life 66 years ago. He fought for peace, love, and justice. It's another great year today indeed, where we celebrate excellence and willpower. You can be whatever you want to be. Just believe in yourself. Joining in this great fight are some other great men and women. Those men and women who sacrificed their lives for a better world for humanity. Some of these great personalities were Queen Eden of the great ancient Benin Kingdom, Chief Nationalist, Sir Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Nigeria's first president, Zeke of Africa, the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and Nigeria's civil rights activist, Rosa Parks, Africa's man of the millennium, Dr. Nelson Mandela, and the man himself, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In the Benin Education Center, this is the 33rd commemoration. Globally, we're celebrating the 56th anniversary commemoration of his death. The great man once said, "I have a dream." Remember, we had dreams in this program. Today, we have the privilege to anchor the program. I am the lovely Miss Aombo Moyekeme, and standing beside is no other than Miss Elizabeth Osagie. Ladies and gentlemen, just relax and enjoy the theme of today's event, MLK 56. This is the time to do what is right. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome these young shining stars, the Montessori pupils.
Bringing up to the stage is the Montessori School for their presentation. Please, let's put our hands together for Igbenedium Montessori Primary School. This is General. We own everything. Peace, not violence. Kindness is the way. You can change the world. Look around, you're not alone. We all need a hand to hold. When we rise, we stand as one.
say I'm on my way. I won't be back for many a days. My heart is down, my head is spinning around. I had to leave a little girl in the Kingston town.
Watching you stand, all of my doubt suddenly goes away somehow. One step close to me, I love you for 1,000 years. I'm going to be reciting a poetry titled Our Greatest Fall by Marianne Williamson. It is our light and not our darkness the most frightens us. Our deepest fear is not that we're inadequate. Our deepest fear is not that power beyond measure. It is our light and not our darkness. We ask ourselves, who am I to be powerful, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? The Spirit of God that is in every single one of us liberates around us. The time to do the right thing is Venezuela, land of beauty and grace, lies a city, a sacred and holy place, a sight to behold, with streets of gold and skies so blue. It's a paradise where dreams come true. From the mountains to the sea, it is a land of hope for all to be free. In Venezuela, all are welcome with open arms, a place of peace away from all harm. The people here are so full with love and light, shining bright like stars in the night. A city that is built on truth and trust, with kindness and compassion. So let us come together and raise our voices, for this city is truly our greatest choice. Venezuela, a haven of love where hope remains. And Duro of Venezuela has been arrested by the U.S. government. The drama you're about to watch was how the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, was arrested. Before the United States arrested him, they've always been on the watch for that country, since they were initially sanctioned by them. This then led to serious suffering in the country, making millions of Venezuelans to flee from the country. Nicolas Maduro never lost the election. I was the winner. You need me? I know they need me. Don't you need me? Yes. God bless you all. I said, war is looming. So God, yes, so go and protect my territory. Go, I said, go, because I won't allow the puppets over my country until I'm tired and whip the hand over me. Then my people will know. Yes, sir. Venezuelans, this is not the time to fight back or be involved in any form of banter. This is because two wrongs cannot make it right. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Evil cannot cancel evil. And fighting fire with fire only spreads the flames. My decision not to react is not because I am timid, neither am I a coward. I decided not to be involved in any form of fight or confrontation because my quest for power does not want the blood of any citizen.
not arrest. Thank you, sir. The president has done nothing wrong to be treated in such manner. It is often said, when you want to kill a dog, you give the dog all manner of bad names. Does it mean the dog has actually done wrong? The answer is no. The president has done nothing wrong to be treated in such manner. The handedness of the Americans, all because of their supreme military might, would want to intimidate the rest of the world. We will all say no to that. Such an arrest? That is not true. That is abduction. Because even the American and international law does not allow such an invasion. Just imagine the threat they gave to each president, telling her that she will be treated like Maduro if she does not cooperate. That is to say, my president was never guilty of any crime, all because he was not ready to succumb to that wicked deal. He is now being considered as a narco-terrorist, drug trafficking, and even in possession of machine guns and explosives. What an aberration! I say, what an aberration! And even French president has gone against the international law by invading another country and catching their president in his own federal court for narco-terrorism, drug trafficking, and in the possession of explosives and machine guns. This whole issue will be arraigned in court on the 17th of March, when we shall be hearing the final verdict. Stay tuned. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. are not just a call to action. The cry from soul, a demand for courage in the face of injustice. In Nigeria, where political greed tramples hope and hardship that scales dreams, this war speaking not just to morality, but to courage. They remind us that justice delayed is justice denied, and that silence in the face of wrong itself a form of wrongdoing. This message is not just a wise one, it is urgent. It is a lifeline for a nation drowning in corruption. A battle cry for Nigeria who has ever wondered when things change. Now, oh now, you seen it, the man who died because the hospital had no power. The woman who sells her kind the rain just to feed their children. The young man shot aside just for simply looking like a young boy. Keep asking, when will Nigeria change? Now, because something has no expiring date. Hunger doesn't wait for the right time. We are the giants of Africa, the land of China's wisdom, Bala boy fire, and a jealous game that makes the whole world fight. But yet our leaders treat us like beggars in our homes. $20 billion stolen from our money, schools without books, hospitals without drugs. One day things will get better, that was holding our slogan. The time to be born for a better life is now. We deserve more than empty promises. Remember the hashtag enters protesters. They didn't wait for permission. They stood before God, that blood stained the like he told them. They chose the time to protest because
we delay reform, poverty tightens his grip. Every moment we excuse wrongdoing, we teach the next generation that integrity does not matter. Doing the right thing in politics requires bravery. Now that the wrongdoing has become normalized, now is the time, not tomorrow, not after the next election, not when the conditions are convenient. No, because the time is always right to do what is right.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope. Yari yari, Ọba. Yari
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's yet another time for us to talk about issues as they emerge in our country, Nigeria. And today we're going to be talking about the NDC's anti-defection oath that states that any candidate contesting on the platform must have to meet some requirements, mandating the candidate to sign the anti-defection oath, committing to vacate their seats if they defect from the party after winning the election. And the idea is party supremacy, and also to help curb politicians from defecting and dumping the party at will and at their convenience after winning and contesting on the platform, in order to search for other political parties that suits their ambition at will. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
I'm one of those that have doffed my hat for Seriake Dickson since I heard the news. The truth is that he hasn't done anything too new. The law had always respected and expected that the political party's ticket belongs to the political party. It doesn't belong to an individual. You win election on the basis of a political contest. And that's why you find that in the ballot papers, there are no individual pictures. It is the logo of the political party. It's the political party that owns the ticket. Now, because our laws were not respected, especially since oftentimes it is the party in power that is most guilty of this kind of infractions, people took advantage of that to begin to behave as they like. And then the situation has gotten to a point where we needed someone of courage like Dickson, who has courageously taken the bulls by the horns. Because why would people come into a political party and then after party members have invested confidence in you that you are going to raise the profile of their party and that you are going to help their party to become a sustainable party? Because if party wins an election, that party has the chances of winning again. And with continual winning, you are dealing with sustainability. Parties are supposed to be institutions. They are not just supposed to be platforms or, where you have the kind of waka pass attitude that you have in the media, in the movies. Party is an institution, and continuity is important. It is continuity that has helped Americans to establish their democracy to a point where you now have people who will tell you that they are born Democrats and the other ones will say they are born Republicans. It is only by sustainability that we begin to develop ideology. Ideology evolves from sustainability. What you continue to practice, if for instance a political party continues to practice free education, housing scheme and so on and so forth, that becomes part of its ideology. So we have had a free-for-all fight, everybody doing as he likes, until Dickson stepped in now. So I'm one of those who supports it. If you come to the question of the exemptions, if you look at the statistics of party defection, there are certain people that are very hard for them to leave their party and defect to other parties because they have attained the position, like the president, the vice president, and so on and so forth, where they are now so big in that party that they just consider themselves leaders and elders that shouldn't be running up and down. The defection is mostly among young aspiring politicians, and then some in the party who are building influence and they feel that they have enough influence to move some people away. And it just becomes, it is not on the basis of ideology, just because it's on the basis of either ego, or on the basis of the fact that you want things to go your way, just your way, and then the party thinks otherwise. So I think it's a very welcome development, and I support it wholeheartedly. It is not going to be a political setback in the long run. In fact, in the short and long term, it is a blessing to political parties. I mean, if Peter Obi, for instance, had done the same thing when he was in Labour Party, he would be contesting right now under Labour Party and not under NDC. Now, one of the pushback against Peter Obi is that within a period of about 5 years, he's been to about 3 or more parties. So if he had remained in Labour Party and built it up into an institution, he and his Obedient movement will not be itinerant politicians today. which APC refer to as nomadic politicians. That is not by any stretch of imagination a better option than if you remain in one place and you build it into an institution. So what Seriaki is pushing is that you have to build political parties into institutions. They call it movement, and then maybe they probably interpret it literally that you have to keep moving. When you say it's a movement, you simply mean it's a particular organ that at that moment is driving an ideology. The moment you now achieve power, you establish that ideology and build it into a sustainable institution. So that's what Seriaki is pushing, and that's what I think is the best thing that has happened to our political parties and political environment for a long time. I'm going to push and advise and insist that our party, the ADC, would have to come up with that kind, because I would ask ADC to push so that it will affect the other political parties to also, have that in their law, because we don't want many people rushing into the ADC. We want those who were there, who struggled to win the elections, to also be the one that would establish, because they believe in the ideology of the ADC. That's why they are there. Therefore, they should be able to be part of those who will drive ADC into becoming a really sustainable institution. And in any case, we started those strategically by coming out with a manifesto that will guide all our candidates. We have one manifesto for the ADC, and it's national.
It's a welcome development. That is a measure for internal discipline. The political parties in Nigeria should enforce that internal discipline to curtail the excesses of our politicians who tend to decamp from one political party to another when the parties do no longer favor their interests, most especially when they won election in that particular political party. There are explicit law and a very definitive court judgment to that effect that, taking cognizance of section 68 article G of the Nigeria Constitution, say that a political and a politician shall cease to be a member of House of Assembly when he defects from a political party that sponsors that election. What that simply means, every politician that wins election under a political party does not have the legal right to defect from that political party to another, except on the occasion that there is a national division in such political party that render the leadership of that party incapacitated to manage that political party. That is only a situation or time it is provided for politicians to defect from one political party to another. But what we see in Nigeria, taking locus classicus, the senator representing Edo South, Senator Neda Imasuen, who won the senatorial position at the level of the Labour Party. At the time, it could understood at the time that the Labour Party had a kind of a division in the party. He defected to APC, and in this instance, he could not secure the second tenure ticket. So, in my own opinion, every political party should enforce that internal discipline, and any politician, any party member who wins election under their platform and tend to decamp with that seat or that position, the party should do everything legally possible to ensure that that seat or that position is stripped of such persons. That is the provision of the law, except otherwise, like I stated earlier, that there is a division in that political party and the party can no longer manage the affairs of that political party. That is the only time defection is allowed, because the provisions of the Nigeria Electoral Act does not provide for an individual candidature. It is a political party that sponsors election. A member or a candidate contests through a political party. So I cannot win election in party A. Tomorrow I defer to party B when there is no crisis in my political party. The law has coherently and explicitly states that at such circumstances I will vacate or forfeit that position that I won under my political party. So that is the position of the law. So it's a welcome development, and I want to appreciate such measures to sound a warning to those that are defecting now, because the reason majority of the politicians are defecting is not because they want to serve Nigerians. It is because they see it as a new platform they can use to cling to power. And having cling to power, if that political party does no longer suit them or please them, they move out. So that political party should ensure that it is a very stringent measure to ensure that when they win, they don't decamp with that position. And I also urge all political party to do the same. And in the provisions of our laws, there is no exemption to whether some political party or positions should be kind of alleviated or exempted from that disciplinary measures. The law did not say the president have the powers, or the president or the vice president of a country can decamp from his political party to another party because he's the president or vice president. No. There's an equilibrium for all Nigerians. This equal rights. The same rights are applicable to every member of a political party. It's also applicable to the president, to the governor, and everybody. So there is no exemption. Perhaps the political party want to use it to place their presidential candidate, but the law did not exempt any individual or any position from that decamping or enforcing that law that affect defection. So if a political party comes up with measures to enforce discipline, they are turning around to also give an exemption. To me, they are not ready to enforce that law, and it's going to cause more problem, except they have their own internal rules that tend to support that. But with the provisions of Nigeria Constitution, the Electoral Act, and the Supreme Court judgment on this matter, there is no exemption. So I advise MDC, if they want to enforce that discipline, they should enforce it across board without kind of trying to give some persons a special preference, or without inequality. There should be equality and there should be equilibrium, because equal rights across board.
It's funny and it's laughable. First and foremost, it won't work because the Constitution preaches freedom of association, and in one breath you are preaching taking an oath not to leave the party. It won't work. Is it a secret cult? It's not a secret cult. On the same breath, they are exempting some persons. The presidential, vice presidential candidates are not affected. That alone, spoils the whole thing. So it won't work. It not with our politicians. Trust me. Even in the NDC, it won't work. It must have to pass through constitutional process. If it passes through constitutional process and it is embedded in the constitution, that's the only reason it will work. And if they do that, yes, this jumping here and there in the name of getting party tickets. Our political parties, they don't drive on ideologies anymore. They just want to find a party that they can grab ticket from and contest election and win election and do whatever they like. So no ideology. All the parties, there is no ideology, because everybody in all the parties, they are neither in PDP, APC. They are all one and the same. So if it's done, if it passes through constitutional process whereby that okay, if I get into this party, it is for life. The constitution has held me there for life. It will be fine. It will work. By so doing, there will be ideologies. There will be discipline. There won't be this rowdy going here and there. That's the only reason it can work. But as it is, trust me, it will not work.
You cannot be working in John Oates and receive salary at the 11th. But however, the party have to strengthen their internal democracy very well. So you cannot say because candidates have sworn an oath of anti-defection, they will be maltreated and treated anyhow. In fact, internal party democracy should be strengthened, and the manifesto of the party should be strengthened. A situation whereby you now depend on candidates who are now elected to run the party. That's not how it's done. Political party, all members are supposed to be financial members. That way, nobody will have a say over the control of party affairs. What normally happens when the burden is now too much on the office holder, you find out that you might be looking for shelter elsewhere. And of course, it's clear in the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 as amended that if there is serious trouble within the party, particular member is permitted to leave for another political party. But however, looking at what happened in 2023, where a lot of persons came under the platform of Labour Party, and at the end of the day, before we even got to the primaries in 2027, they've all defected to the ruling political party. So this anti-defection oath is meant to keep people within their party. If people elected you, because if you look at the ballot paper, names of candidates are not written on it. It is the party logo that is there. It is the party's name that is there. So therefore, it is the party that contests for any election. So if you are leaving a particular political party, having won election on the platform of that political party, then you should also relinquish your position and go and contest freshly in that party.
Every person who contests on their platform and wins an office will swear to an oath that they will not cross carpets. It's a novel idea, but we are looking at it vis-a-vis the Constitution. What does the Constitution say about freedom of association and peaceful assembly? If someone believes that he's no longer comfortable in a particular political party, can he not leave that party? It's a germane issue. Ordinarily, I think the mischief the Nigerian Democratic Congress is trying to cure is very important, because we see politicians cross carpet at will. But I believe that the superior courts need to pronounce on this before it becomes binding, or the National Assembly really make a law. But we see that that National Assembly is not very willing to make such laws, because they are the principal culprits in this saga. But I think that right now, that policy may not really work, because it is contradicting the Constitution, which speaks in section 40 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which says that everyone has right to peaceful assembly and peaceful association, right to association. And so it's a new development, and I hope the superior courts will eventually pronounce on it. They just seem to have shown that they are weak, just like the National Assembly did, which exempted governors and presidents from that law that says they should not defect. I think that Nigerian Democratic Congress has shown that they are weak and that they are not serious with this. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you say the other political offices should not defect, then why do you not hold the gubernatorial offices and the presidential offices accountable to that? I think that they have not been fair, and I don't think this will hold water.
Majority of the opinions of our respondents centered on the fact that political parties is not an individual thing, and during election you don't get to see individual pictures being put on the ballot paper, but rather it is the party logo that it's being used during election and it's seen on ballot paper. So for that reason, any individual that decides to dump a political party after winning under that platform must be ready to vacate the seats if they defect to other political party. That is the opinions and thoughts of most of our respondents. And then again, they considered it a welcome development in order to curb this idea of politicians defecting at will, especially when elections are around the corner. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching, and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
Welcome to another edition of your program, Hitches and Voices. On this program, our conversation centers around persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Don't forget that this program is brought to you by Network for the Advancement of People with Visible Disability, NADVID. NADVID is a non-governmental organization based here in Benin City that is advocating for the rights of persons with disability. Special apologies today because we are unable to have our sign language interpreter, which is meant to cater for our deaf audience. But subsequently, we'll be able to fix that and we'll have a sign language interpreter on set. Today is the 12th of June, 2026. It's Democracy Day, a day set aside to celebrate our democracy. I don't know if I can still refer to our democracy as nascent because we've gone more than a decade and that's no mean feat. On the program today, our attention is going to settle around the subject of democracy and disability participation. And who is best to have this conversation with us? We have with me in the studio a very revered and highly distinguished personality, Melody Omosa Esquire, one who has cast a niche for himself, not only in the disability community, but in our nation. I'll call him a national treasure because he's behind the conceptualization of the Braille Ballot Guide, a voting material that is meant to aid voting for the visually impaired. So you can understand why I call him a national treasure. Barrister Omosa, welcome to Hitches and Voices.
Thank you very much. Always a delight when I have the opportunity to be with our audience and viewers.
Welcome. I'd like to say a big thank you to our audience who are following on radio and those of you who have taken out time to follow us on television as well. A big shout out to the management of ITV for walking the talk when it comes to disability inclusion. They have made Hitches and Voices a household name in Edo State by ensuring that this program comes to you live on television and on radio simultaneously. But back to the subject. Today we are talking democracy. Like I said, I don't know if I can refer to our nation's democracy as nascent. I would like to have your overview on this. What's your take on Nigeria democracy? Do you think it has properly evolved? Do you think our democracy can rank among celebrated democracy in other climes?
All right, thank you so very much. Thank you, viewers and listeners, for joining us again on Hitches and Voices. 29th May 2026, our democracy became 27 years, and that in an economy that is stable, in developed societies, if when things go according to plan, a man or a woman that is 27 years is already a father or a mother, have graduated, has started living their life. So by no stretch of imagination should our democracy again be referred to as nascent. 27 years down the line.
He's a grown man.
A fully grown man. And I'm happy that today, of course, that leads me back. Chief Anthony Enahoro was said to have moved for the independence of Nigeria in 1959 at the Western House of Region, the Western House. Then, when he was but 26 years. So when juxtaposed against our democracy, the Fourth Republic, that is already 27, you agree with me readily that it is not a baby anymore. But it's a long way. But of course, when juxtaposed with other democracies, United States, France, and all that, well, we are still a very long way away. But we're talking about June 12th, the 12th of June, and I'm sure many of these present, the Gen Z generation, they call them, except they do a little bit of history, may not have known why June 12th.
But unfortunately, history has been taken away
from our curriculum. Very unfortunately. You recall that on the 29th of May 1999, the military handed over to a civilian elected government, and the President Olusegun Obasanjo became the president, and that day was set aside as democracy. But down the line, there was a clamor that before May 2029, there was a June 12th, where MKO Abiola, Moshood Kasimu Olayiwola Abiola, was elected by an election that are then adjudged to be the freest and fairest election that was organized, where he won, had a landslide victory on the way to become the Third Republic president on the 12th of June 1993. Unfortunately, that process was cut short in that the elections were annulled, I think on the 23rd of June that same year, by the then head of state, General Badamasi Babangida. And of course, a year after, he declared himself in 1994 as as president, saying that the military under Abacha was unwilling to hand over to him. He was incarcerated, and in 1998 he died. The first from his own part of the region, Ogun State and the whole of the western region, continued to clamor that he should be recognized as an elected president, even though that process was cut short because he was sliding to victory very comfortably before that whole process was stopped. So for the western states, they continue to recognize June 12th as Democracy Day. That for them, that is the proper day of democracy, and would even declare those days as public holiday. But Mohammed Buhari, of blessed memory, the president, between 2015 and 2023, I think a year or two before he left office, recognized June 12th and declared it a Democracy Day. What this president has done now is that June 12th is not, no, I think Buhari recognized that Abiola actually won the election, and that he declared him as a former president. But this administration has properly recognized June 12th as Democracy Day, and instead of having a public holiday on the 29th of June, 29th of May, June 12th has now been declared as Democracy Day. However, the handing over day and change of government from one administration to another remains on the 29th of May because it's a constitutional matter. But my take would be that the National Assembly should allow this to reflect, since it's popularly accepted, to move our Democracy Day by 13 days from May 29th to June 12th. Not, however, this administration or parent elected president and National Assembly, state governors and state houses of assembly benefiting from it. But this administration can do that so that whoever is elected next will know that the taking over date and handing over date will not be on June 12th. No need to recognize May 29th and also recognize June 12th simultaneously as Democracy Day. So that's the brief history of what has happened. So Nigeria is no longer, we are a grown adult, and we should be seeing some features of an adult who is actually growing and in charge.
All right, you said something very stunning, that a 26-year-old Auntie Naro moved for the independence of Nigeria.
Yes.
And I'm wondering where our current 26-years-old, where they are now. I'm sure they are out there hustling for jobs, trying to get themselves one employment or the other. Meanwhile, years ago, a young Anthony Enaro had the opportunity to be in an assembly where he could move that motion. One would have expected that we would have evolved to a point where we have younger people in position of authority to impact governance. But like you said, A 27-year-old child is a grown man, and there are certain things expected of him.
Very well.
And we are hoping that we'll continue to mature. But let's come back to disability participation now. There's the issue of democratic inclusion. Do you think our democracy as it stands today is more inclusive of persons with disability? And what does democratic inclusion looks like?
All right, thank you very much. In democracy, we say there's always a social contract between the government and the people. And that is what distinguish or differentiate the system of government to other types of government. Whether the monarchical system of government that is largely by hereditary, or the authoritarian system of government, or the theoretical system of government, where people take either by religious inclination or by other forms assume rulership position, not even leadership. But any form of democracy, being parliamentary, presidential, provided the people have the free choice, can participate and decide who their elected representatives will be. It is said that the people willingly donate their power to their representative, and therefore a social contract exists between the government and the governed. And I think that opportunity to participate in those who lead you should be the starting point. You don't wake up and say government is not responsive and responding to the yearnings of their citizenry, when in the first place you have no say whatsoever in either due to lethargy or you fail to perform your civic responsibility, or the opportunity to so do was not even provided in the first place. The point I'm struggling to make is that democracy starts from when the people are able to participate and decide who leads them. And it is to that extent that inclusion should be the bedrock and the watchword of every system, democratic system, that is aimed at bringing everyone on board. And to how inclusive can we say the democracy is for persons with disability, I would say the conversation is on, but we are yet not there at all. We have started because I recall that I and the organization I lead, NABID, or Network for the Advancement of People with Disabilities, were a part of a process where we campaigned for Access Nigeria Disability Vote Matter campaign, where we engaged the Independent National Electoral Commission, the National Assembly, and other relevant governmental bodies to the end that they would make our electoral process and open enough for participation by persons with disabilities.
All right, we'll go to the issue of electoral participation. They usually say that in democracy, majority have their way, and the minority can have their say.
And only have their say, yeah.
I know that the community of persons with disability, we are in a minority in terms of our population and in our democracy. Would you say we've had our way, or we've been able to have our say, even though we can't have our way?
Well, I don't know how much you are in minority. It depends on what your calculations are. We are talking about over 35 million persons with disability in this country. And if we are able to harness that, everyone come together, I think the community of persons with disability as a constituency can sway election in any direction in this country if we properly harness. By what margin? What was the participation of the vote in the 2023 election between the candidate? We had a little over 25 million people participating in that election. And so I wouldn't really say that we have, as a constituency, that we are in the minority. Of course, if in any case we say that we are the largest minority, that is how we like to brand ourselves. But of course, we know that we are not a political party, and so we belong everywhere. But The point will be that when it comes to advocacy for inclusion of this demography, the women group, for instance, and started long before even the youth. Certain things were considered for the women and the youth group that we still yet do not have as a constituent.
All right, we'll stay on that subject, but we'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, our conversation continue with the Executive Director, Navi Melody Omosa. Let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back. It's still Hitches and Voices on Independent Television and Radio. My name is Kingsley Okoje, and our subject for discuss today is democracy and disability participation. And before we went on that break, my guest disagreed with me that the community of persons with disability, we are not in the minority. Nigeria has a population of over 200 million, and it is estimated that the disability population in Nigeria is well over 30 million. So that is not a minority, or we'll call it the largest minority, like you said. Let's go to the issue of electoral participation. INEC at a time talked about inclusion. It was a big issue within our electoral conversation. But I recall in the last election, it seemed to me, my personal opinion, judging from what I heard from other persons with disability who were in the field, that INEC seemed to have relaxed in terms of their commitment to disability participation in the electoral process. Where I voted, for instance, there were no brave ballot guide, not just for me, for other persons with disability who were there. People complained that there were no instructional materials for the deaf. Elections were held in places where wheelchair could not access. So a lot of persons on wheelchair would rather stay at home rather than suffer themselves to go to a polling unit that is not accessible. So when it comes to participating in the electoral process, either as voters, let's even stay with voting. What's your take? Where are we on that?
All right, thank you very much. Like I said, there was this campaign where we tried to deepen inclusion in our electoral process with INEC, and we very well believe that engaging was the way to go. So we did not only advocate, but we were actually on ground to prefer solution. That's where the Brave Ballot Guide you talked about was designed in the first place. First piloted in Osun State in 2018 gubernatorial election that held on the 18th of September 2018, and thereafter deployed nationally at the 2019 general election. One would have expected that there will be a progressive use and coverage in terms of distribution of the use of the Brave Ballot Guide. And Brave Ballot Guide is a system by which visually impaired and blind voters can access the ballot independently and be able to vote for candidates and parties of their choice. Like I mentioned, used nationally in 2019. After then, we continue to engage INEC to find out how we were progressing. Since then, in every election, we have always monitored. I have always been on the field to see the inclusion and the deployment of materials for the blind, the hearing impaired, even those with albinism, the provision of magnifying glasses for them to use. And what I see is that, like you noted, INEC seemed not, the momentum seemed to have dropped. I wouldn't know what happened. I recall that not only did we provide this guide, these materials, assistive materials for INEC, we also embarked on collecting data to know where voters with disabilities, the polling units, they vote, so that with that record, INEC can deploy materials meant for the individual voters to use depending on the disability type. And we also ensure that the CVRO, continuous voters registration, that INEC now have, would, in the process of registering, you would have your disability type and stated in the form, so that they know firsthand that you are one with a disability, and on election day, seamlessly you will be able to participate in the process. But that's not what we are saying. INEC has always had this logistic problem. And I think that for a group of persons with disabilities, for that matter, it should not be much a problem. Even though we know nationally they do have their challenge. But I would say that from what I monitored in the last election, I'm not impressed at the pace INEC is going. I think that yes, it's fine that we had this problem 2018 when it was piloted, 2019 it was used nationally, and given the obstacles the election, if in the obstacles the election, organizing the election for a state like Edo, Ondo and all that, you cannot successfully deploy these materials for the persons with disabilities to participate in the system. I wonder what happens in general elections.
I mean, like you said, this is a 27 years democracy. And we would expect that at this stage, disability participation in elections should be a given. It should not be something we are still urging INEC, trying to encourage INEC to do. It should be a foregone conclusion that persons with disability can indeed participate in the electoral process, because the electoral process is accessible and inclusive. So we can only call on INEC to do the needful. Let's move over to representation. Do you think that persons with disability are adequately represented in leadership and in governance?
Well, they are not. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability 2006, Article 29 has asks that state parties should open their political and public space for the participation of persons with disability. And that was also ratified by the Discrimination Against Persons with Disability Prohibition Act of 2018. But what do we have? I think that as we tinker with our constitution, we have had the Fifth Amendment, and of course, the National Assembly is also making move to further come with amendment. I think we need to have seats reserved for persons with disability. It's not enough to come up and say by political parties, where for some of them will say,
but they say power is not served a la carte.
Well, we are talking about representation.
Of course,
government must be seen to be protective of the weakest, of the minority, of the vulnerable. And a minimum standard. Why are women asking for a 35% affirmative reserve for them?
Women?
For why are they asking that certain seats should be, 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for women participation? That's why I said that the youth, of course we have, power is not served a la carte, but we have the not too young to run be speaking to the participation of youth. But why are we not having something specifically directed at persons with disability, protecting their representative rights in the executive and in the legislative arm of
sorry for cutting in. Without mentioning any political party, I heard over the news that a particular political party has mentioned that as part of their policy, women and persons with disability who want to contest under their platform will be given their expression of interest free at a very minimal discount.
I say that is tokenism. that is just, that's playing to the gallery. It's like, oh, the Kingsley Okojen has the money to buy the form and I do not have, and we are contesting for the same position. You have paid for the form and I've given the form free. Who do you think the party will hand over the tickets to? The one that did not pay to contest and the one that paid for it. Until they make such persons their candidate to say, okay, we have reserved because this person have indicated interest, this party is presenting this person to run for that seat, then there's no guarantee. And even where parties are willing to do that, what is the assurance that other parties will follow suit? So I think the way to go is to have our constitution amended, to have a represent, and it is done in all democracies. There are
like in Uganda, for instance.
Yes, in Uganda, even in Iran, in Iran and in Iraq, for instance, I know very well, which is an Arab nation. They have certain seats for the, reserved for the Christian population, a certain percentage, right? That is an Islamic country, and so we see that everywhere that certain group must have some level of protection. That is not all they should have, but at least we shouldn't have a 360 National Assembly members with no one representing the disability community and issues. Like I said, we are not just only a community, we are a constituent, and our issues should be so serious. So I think that we will do more to amend our constitution to guarantee some level of protection. That way, it will be a far cry for disability representation. You look at the executive, you talk about women, you talk about youth. How many governor or president have in their cabinet a one with a disability holding a substantive position, apart from what they try to do sometimes, having an SSA on disability matters?
All right. But very quickly, in 30 seconds, I've known you over the years. I've seen people in politics and in governance. I don't think some of them have some of the qualifications that you have to contest. Looking at the future, are you considering?
I hope you know what I'm thinking.
Are you considering contesting for any elected position? Because I know you are more than qualified, more than qualified than some of the persons I see out there. Would you consider that?
Not for the moment. Yes. We'll see what the future holds. But
because I'm preparing to be your campaign manager.
Thank you so much for offering that. But I actually want to see that our system change and our democracy, our electoral process have such integrity that people will believe participating will not be shortchanged.
All right, this is a wrap on the program today. Such an interesting conversation, always with the executive director Navid Melody Omosa Esquire. It is our hope that as our country's democracy continue to evolve, that disability participation will become more inclusive and accessible for persons with disability. My name is Kingsley Okoje. Spot the hitch and be a voice. Goodbye.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to ITV News at Noon. I am Wilson Omasho. The federal government has made plans for the Nigerian citizens to be evacuated from South Africa, totaling 270 Nigerian nationals, as part of ongoing efforts to repatriate citizens affected by renewed xenophobic attacks and deteriorating security conditions in South Africa. The evacuation will be carried out on 4th special flight operated by Peace Airline, which is scheduled to depart Lagos for Johannesburg today before returning to Nigeria, where the affected citizens. According to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the aircraft is expected to depart Lagos at 3:30 p.m. and return with 270 registered evacuees, marking another phase in the government's repatriation programs for Nigerians willing to return home. A statement issued by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kemi Ebianfa, says an Air Peace aircraft deployed for the evacuation exercise will depart Lagos for Johannesburg today. The latest operation marks the 4th evacuation flight organized by the federal government in its ongoing efforts to facilitate the voluntary return of Nigerian citizens from South Africa. Meanwhile, the federal government has issued a final call to Nigerian nationals in South Africa to complete the documentation and take advantage of the ongoing evacuation program aimed at the persistent xenophobic attacks and growing security concern. In a bid to tackle the challenge of unstable electricity supply in the country, the federal government has flagged up the construction of a 3.5 megawatt solar mini grid in Kebbi State. Speaking at the groundbreaking ceremony, Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris commended President Bola Tinubu for the initiative, describing the project as a major boost for critical infrastructure, including healthcare facilities, schools, and other public institutions. The governor reaffirmed the state's government's commitment to partnering with development organizations and private sector to expand access to electricity, assuring that most communities would protect and safeguard the project. The managing director and chief executive officer of the REA, Abba Aliyu, said more than 5,000 solar photovoltaic panels will be installed as part of the project. He also announced that the agency would construct 15 additional isolated mini grids across Gwandu, Yauri, Bagudo, Koko, Bese, and Shanga local government areas. The Kebbi solar mini grid project is part of the federal government's $750 million US renewable energy program, supported by the World Bank, which aims to deliver more than 250 interconnected mini grids and provide electricity access to about 17.5 million Nigerians. The federal government has convened a meeting in Abuja with major oil marketers, where it insisted on reduction in price of petroleum products to be consistent with crash in prices in the international market. The meeting was to develop measures to reduce the cost of premium motor spirit across the country following the decline in global crude oil prices. At the meeting, the president of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, Elijah Shetima, assured Nigerians that the price of PMS would decline. Speaking before the commencement of a closed-door meeting with stakeholders in the oil sector, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Heineken Lukpobiri, said the meeting was aimed at engaging constructively with industry players with a view to finding common grounds to lower the price of PMS. The minister added that it is very important that we sit down, have an open and very frank discussion on how we can bring down the prices without necessarily affecting you, while also ensuring that the pump price reflects current market realities. In appreciation of the support and partnership by the management of ITV and radio towards the success of the Miss Edo International Beauty Pageant, organizers and reigning queens on Monday paid a courtesy visit to the management of the station at the corporate headquarters on Airport Road in Benin City. The visit also reaffirmed the commitment of both organizations to strengthen the existing relationship.
Leader of the delegation and queen maker of the Miss Edo International Beauty Pageant, Mrs. Debbie Benson, alongside members of her team and the reigning queens, paid a thank you visit to the management of ITV and radio, appreciating the station for its support, partnership and media visibility towards the success of the pageant.
We are here again to say a big thank you to ITV and every staff and management of ITV for their love and support towards Miss Edo International Beauty Pageant, that the grand finale was done May 24th, 2026.
Responding, the managing director of ITV and radio, engineer Elvis Obaseki, congratulated the queens and commended them for returning to appreciate the station, describing the gesture as a demonstration of credibility and good character. He urged the queens to use their beauty as a platform for positive impact in society.
To see these crowns, your beauty could be the key. Your being what you were before you climbed that stage could be a key. But the fact that you now became a winner and you have something on your head called crowns, that should be the door.
Among members of the management team present were Executive Director, Operations, Chief Elder Ogbeide Umonse, Director, Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, General Manager, Group Commercial Services, Mrs. Odun Balogun, General Manager, Special Duties, Mr. Abiodun Mudashiru, Deputy General Manager, Programs Division, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun, Acting Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, Mr. Thomas Sado, and other management staff. From Benin, Ofuri and Netta, ITV News.
3 men have been remanded in a correctional facility by Magistrate Court in Abeokuta, Ogun State over their alleged involvement in the murder of a retired broadcaster, Kito Onyeshiko, and a security guard, Pelumi Adetayo. The accused Sode Olujuwon Philip, 22, Abdul Rahim Sakiruddin, 27, and Sabo Obafoso, 30, were arraigned on Monday before Magistrate Court 3 is Sabo Abeokuta. The defendants are facing allegation in connection with the killing of Onyeshiko and Adetayo, which reportedly occurred on June 20, 2026 at Agodo Village in the Kobakbe area of Abeokuta. During the proceedings, the prosecution filed an ex parte motion seeking the remand of the suspects pending legal advice from the Director of Public Prosecution, DPP. The court granted the application and ordered that 3 defendants be remanded in a correctional facility for 60 days while the DPP issues legal advice on the matter. The case was subsequently adjourned to September 7, 2026 for further proceedings. The remanded order is expected to enable investigators conclude necessary processes before the matter proceeds in line with applicable legal procedures. Operatives of the Lagos State Police Command have arrested 153 suspected hoodlums during a raid on a criminal hideout at a dump site in the Bola area of Oko Filling Station bus stop, Igondo, where the suspect allegedly carried out robbery attacks and terrorized residents and commuters. A joint team of operatives drawn from different formations of the command also involved in the operation. According to the command, the operation followed credible intelligence on the activities of hoodlums and miscreants who had allegedly turned the dump site into a hideout from where they launched robbery attacks on residents and commuters. The command said 150 suspects were arrested. Over 100 motorcycles, 6 generating sets, 54 mobile phones, 1 double barrel, 2 single barrels, military camouflage, 1 locally made barrel shotgun, and substances suspected to be illegal drugs. The Cross River State Police Command has impounded 25 vehicles for operating without registration plates and for using covered, altered, defaced, or unauthorized dealer plates. The enforcement operation, carried out on July 3, 2026, was in line with the nationwide directive of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu. The Police Public Relations Officer, Sunday Etokpa, disclosed this in a statement issued on Tuesday and made available to newsmen in Calabar, adding that the offenders have been subjected to appropriate administrative and legal procedures and were currently being prosecuted in accordance with the law. It said the Cross River State Police Command has successfully intensified the enforcement of the ongoing nationwide directive of the IGP, Olatunji Disu, on vehicles operating without registration plates or with covered, altered, defaced, unauthorized dealer number plates or obscure registration plates. Coalition of civil society organizations in collaboration with the Department of State Security Services on Monday staged a protest in Benin City over worsening insecurity in the state. Jonah Omowa, who was at the Museum Ground, King Square in Benin City, venue of the protests, has details.
Let us say no to courtesy. I don't find talk. That thing what you they do. When shame. Don't go let you tell people say, see the kind work what you they do. Now we they call social vibe.
The protesters brandishing placards converge on the museum ground, King Square, Benin City, and march through Sapele Road to the DSS office and the State Police Command, calling on the state government and security agencies to urgently address what they describe as worsening insecurity in the state. The message was the same as participants in the demonstration expressed concern over the growing wave of insecurity that has affected several lives and means of livelihood of the people in the state.
We are coming to tell the people to stop terrorism, those that are into criminality, to stop terrorism, to stop kidnapping and courtesan.
Security don't go beyond DSS. Security don't go beyond 4 brigade or soldiers. Security na me and you.
As you are fully aware that banditry, kidnapping have taken over the space of our country, we can no longer sleep with 2 of our eyes closed.
Security is the business of everybody. Now me and you, now get security wahala. All these big men, they don't got problem. They see money carry police, carry army.
We are here to say no to kidnapping, banditry, any manner of terrorism. We are saying enough is enough.
Attempts to get the attention of the Director DSS and the State Commissioner of Police to address the protesters were unsuccessful as they declined comments. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
And now talking business, Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission (NEC) has said Togo, Republic of Benin, and Niger Republic failed to pay $12.6 million electricity bill in the first quarter of 2026. Of the $17.4 million bill that was issued to them, the 3 international customers remitted $4.8 million, being 27.5% for the energy the electricity generation companies supply them in the period under review. NEC said the remittance made by bilateral customers and special customers for invoices issued in 2026 first quarter by the MO. According to the report, domestic bilateral customers made a cumulative payment of 5,816,000 naira against the invoice of 6,122,000 naira issued to them, the MO, for services rendered in the first quarter of 2026, translating to 95% remittance performance. And now talking entertainment, prominent Nigerian Zion gospel musician Leko Remilekun has revealed that his father had been missing for the past 26 years. Remilekun recently made the disclosure during an interview while narrating how his father, Remilekun Amos, a legendary gospel singer, went missing. The singer said his father disappeared in November 2000 after he was invited to Akure, the capital of Ondo State, for administration. Expressing his pain, the singer in the heartbreaking video said his children have been asking him to tell them about their grandfather. And now talking sports, in the World Cup, Mika Merino scored a late goal to send Spain past Portugal in the round of 16 and into a FIFA World Cup quarterfinal for the first time since they won it in 2010. Spain had failed to create clear-cut openings in a poor second half before Ferran Torres played in the Arsenal midfielder who slotted low past goalkeeper Diego Costa in the 91st minute. The 1-0 reset was a repeat of the meeting at the same stage in 2010. There were some nerving moments down the stretch for Luis de la Fuente's side as Portugal twice came close to leveling the score, but Spain clung on to the lead. Portugal defeated also end 41 year of Ronaldo's World Cup career after the superstar confirmed his tournament would be the last. And that's it on the news at noon. Thanks a lot for watching. Good afternoon.
ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom. As a result, for a man to find a comfortable place for living, the name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
certainly the best.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Walsawage, and today on Healthy Living we want to look at geriatric care, which is a specialized health care focused on the need of older adults, usually that kind of sometimes 65, 70 thereabout. And the goal is to maximize their independence, because for some at that age, they begin to lose their independence. Some may lose their minds. Some may not recognize things anymore. Others will be bedridden. Others will be so troubled by a combination of ailments, illness, and all of that. And then we want to see how they can get quality life and manage multiple chronic conditions together and not in isolation. And we know that geriatric care often happen, it is a family thing usually, because we stay in the part of the world where families take care for the elderly in the family. They don't just go dump them in one healthcare center or the other, or one home like is commonly found in other climes. So here in our climb, we still take care of our elderly. But how do we take care of these our elderly people? How should we take care of them? You know, once one is getting aged, this fear of being maltreated begin to set in. You know, usually they say, okay, you are the first son, your mother should stay with you, or you are the first daughter, your mother should stay with you. Often time you see that when our elderly ones stay with their daughters, they usually get some quality care. But when they stay with their sons, all right, you know, there are some wives that will not want to tolerate the husband's mother, and then they tend to maltreat them. They even beat some of them. I'm telling you this for free. It's what we have seen. You know, so how do we care for these elderly ones in our society or in our homes, in our families? How do we care for them medically, socially, and all of that, so that they get maximum care in their old age? So joining me is Marilyn Akpomera. She's a certified healthcare giver. So Marilyn, good afternoon. Thank you for joining me today.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm glad to be here again.
Yes. Thank you so much, Marilyn. All right, so caring for the elderly in our homes is usually difficult. So what are the things we should consider in taking care of our elderly ones? At least those of us who are not medical professionals like you.
Okay, so of course, we know aging is a natural process. Everybody is going to age. But there are many things that you should put in consideration while an individual is aging.
Okay.
The fact that someone is aging does not mean that they must have all the different ailments. It's aging that is natural. Living healthy is also important. So while your parents, your siblings, your friends, whoever people you have around you are aging, you must be able to prioritize their health. So first thing, you should note that there's so many diseases that can come up as you age. Now, like I said, aging is natural. Those ailments are not the natural process. Now, yes, what happens is that as you age, your organs are not as vital as they used to be. Just like when you're using a machine, after a while, it begins to have some little dysfunctions here and there. But you can play your part in ensuring that your parents or your grandparents stay healthy from the necessity for regular health checkups. Now, because as at that point, all of the organs are not as vital. So there's need for regular checkups in the clinic, checking their blood pressure, checking their blood sugar, checking their bones. So there are different aspects of their body and they need that regular health checkup.
Okay.
Second thing, okay.
No, go ahead, I'm listening.
Okay, so secondly, you also are very keen on their nutrition. This is a period where what they eat is very, very vital. So you must prioritize proteinous food, helps for bones, strong bones, teeth. So proteinous food that will help their body. You also prioritize things that are nutritious, vital nutrients for their body. So this is not the period to just allow them eat anything they like. Of course, they must eat healthy meals. Then you're also conscious of their environment. One of the things that we easily find in this group of individuals, this age group, is that they fall. They have easy falls. Why do they have easy falls? Because of course there's weakness of their bones. They have lost bone mass and they are becoming weak, so they can easily fall. So you must protect them. Now these falls is what will lead to fracture, and you see that most of the time they are bedridden until the period of death. So you must protect them. Give them the nutrition will also help their bones. Then the environment. Their environment should be well lighted up. They should have easy walking aids. You know, from their distance from the room to the bathroom should not be so far. You know, everything that will protect them from easy falls are very, very important this period.
All right, Marilyn, thank you so much. Now let's take it one after the other. You know, once they're aging, they begin to suffer delirium, they're losing their memory, they start having some form of mental issue or the other. And some persons cannot tolerate that. Many times we've seen old people on our streets looking for their houses, you know. They come out of their house and then they get, you know, when they go outside, they can't find their way home again. They can't even remember their name. They can't remember where they stay. So how should we care for these elderly people who are suffering from maybe one form of mental ailment or the other? It could be delirium, it could be forgetfulness, it could be schizophrenia and all of that.
All right, so one of the things that happen with aging is that there could be a bit of memory loss. But we found out that in recent time, dementia has become common, which is also, there's a major memory loss in dementia. And it is seen with the elderly. Now, when you have this kind of condition, if it's as bad as dementia, or it's just, you know, dementia is really, really bad for the memory loss, but there could be some slight memory loss here and there for our elderly. Whatever the case is, you should realize that this is not a deliberate act to be this way. what they need is adequate medical care throughout this period. Now, what we see with dementia is that they begin to deteriorate more cognitive impairments, more memory losses that occur. You must give them adequate medical care. This is not the time to relegate them to a corner. We see all of these things that happen. They become even depressed at that old age because they are isolated, or like you mentioned, they are even maltreated. That's not adequate. That's not proper, because like I said, aging is a natural process. We all age, and you might not be one to determine how you will age, right? So you should give them proper medical care. Then, of course, be patient with them. There is a lot going on within their minds this period, so be very, very, very patient with them. Yes, it's tiring to repeat some things over and over again, and it looks like, are you not hearing me? But please be patient. Say the things that they asked you. And of course, like I said, medical care is important. So if they need medications, provide the necessary medications that they should be taking, and then the necessary nutrients for them also this period.
Okay, I remember vividly my grandmother of blessed memory. She's very selective and very picky about food. There's some food she will never eat, no matter what. For food, she's okay, but when it comes to medication, oh my word, we need to, I don't know, it takes us like almost 2-3 hours to give my grandmother medication. So how do we go about giving them medication? Because some person will say, you know what, take medicine, I sabi, and then they just walk away. No patience, nothing. So talk to that person now who is watching and also having difficulty in administering medications to grandmother, grandfather, or aunt, somebody elderly at home. Please talk to us on the techniques to employ, because it gets to a point in life they start acting up like children. I saw that firsthand. So
all right, of course, they start acting like babies. The cycle goes back. We started as a baby, you go back again. So yes, but this, like I mentioned just now, patience is important for them. Normally, nobody likes taking medication, and most times at this age, they have several medications they are taking, and they are taking it almost every day. And this is not what anybody normally likes. Nobody wants to just be taking medication every day. So you should understand that that is the caregiver, you should understand that it is not so convenient for an individual to be taking medication, even if it's just one every time. And they have several medications to take. So you would understand that first of all. Then how would you give them the medications? Now, there are different techniques, and I believe it's individual based. How would she like to be given this medication? Some of them will tell you, oh, wait, I'll take it when I finish eating, or I prefer it like this. So first of all, listen to them, because it doesn't matter. No. Listen to what do you want? Oh, I want it at this time. But you now explain to them. The doctor said you need to take this medication by this time, and this is why. Now, most times, what I have experienced is that with proper explanation, it helps a lot. Most of our family members are not so patient, because you know that this is your mom. You've known her all your life, so you don't know why you should be explaining many things to her. But you have to take your time to explain to her that, for example, this is a drug for your sugar. What is happening to your body is that your sugar is already high, and it can cause different complications. With this medicine, we can control it, and you can live longer for me and for your grandchildren. Bring them to that place of understanding that everybody is just showing them care. I know that you could be tired, you could be easily irritable, but just bring them to the understanding that they need this treatment and it is for their own benefit. So it's usually what works is communication, and we find out that when you can really talk to them and get them, they would decide to take the medications.
All right, is it true or a myth that it is not good to give injections to elderly people?
Okay. Of course, there's no, that's not true. To give injections to elderly people, no, that is not true. We have patients that are in their 90s, and of course, so the route of administering a medication is dependent on the kind of issue that the patient is having. Okay. If it's something that needs an immediate treatment, there will be need to give it. It could give it through the veins, it will give it through the muscles. Yes, during this age, there is loss of muscle mass, which is why people say, oh, don't give them. But you should also know that giving them, there's a technique to giving injections normally, but that you should not give at all because they are elderly. No. Most of those routes, intramuscularly, intravenously, that we, like we normally say, is because we want quick response based on the medical condition of the patient.
Okay. All right, Marilyn, you mentioned delirium and dementia. You know, they may look one and same. How can we, ordinary persons like us who have grandmothers, grandfather, people above 60, how can we recognize the one that is dementia and the one that is delirium?
What we normally see is the deterioration that occurs, the differences. Most times you see how bad the deterioration gets to be with dementia and compared to the delirium. So that's just the easiest way to say it. There is a huge loss of memory. There is a almost total loss of functioning for the brain that we see from this dementia. Now that's just the easy way. But you know that it's not easy to have this kind of patients as your parents. No, for us, you are seeing them as just a patient. But for you that is having them as your parents, we know that it is actually worse when you keep on seeing them deteriorate. But there is some support medically that can be provided. But most times, there is no cure. So you just do your bidding to understand that these are these are the presentations that occur, and I will be managing them as they get older. Okay.
Now let's talk about hygiene, because I have seen where elderly persons are abandoned in their own body waste, so to speak. You know, they defecate, they pee on their bodies, and they just leave them like that. So what's the best practice when it comes to, at least now they are not independent, they cannot care for themselves per se. So what's the best way to care for this set of persons?
The best way to care for them is the way you care for yourself. You will not want to be in a pool of your own pee. You will not want to be in the pool of your own poop. You will not want to be in a dirty environment. So if you would not like to be in that kind of environment, then there is no reason why you should leave them in that environment. Yes, some of them have medical conditions that make these things occur so often. But just like you know that there's nothing comfortable about being in dirt, you cannot also leave them in dirt. So as much as possible, clean, tidy, as regular as you should, as regular as you can. Of course, there's room for some support, like you have Pampers that you can also put on them so that they don't soil everywhere up. Before you come, maybe you went somewhere, you come back, then you can just, just like babies actually. Just like you would care for a baby, that's how you will care for them. You will bathe them, you will feed them, you will clothe them, you will clean them up. Like I said earlier, the circle goes back again.
All right, something usually happens to the skin. You know, the skin begin to deteriorate and all of that. Is there some kind of moisturizer to make them look better?
Okay, if you can afford moisturizers, that's fine. But you can also just help them with their diets. So what they eat this period is important.
Like what kind of food should they be eating this period at that age?
More fruits, more vegetables. Of course, one thing that happens during this period is that they have loss of appetite too. So they will not want to eat much. So you make sure that the small quantity that you're giving is highly nutritious. So they are having more vegetables in their meals, more fruits, more citrus fruits. You know, we see all these skincare products and we see there's vitamin C in them and you see there's vitamin E. So those things that you find in fruit, like this, your oranges, normal fruits that you have, pineapple, apple, as long as they are also not diabetic, because when they are diabetic, you want to control their sugar. And sugar is also found in fruits. But more fruits, you can blend cucumber and some carrots and just give them.
Okay, like smoothie.
Yes, you can give them like a smoothie, healthy smoothie. So this is not the time to load them with just anything. No. They don't eat much, so the little must be nutritious.
Okay. All right. You've talked to us about their cognition and behavior, like communication skills, the way we should communicate with them, the way we talk to them. You know, we talk to them like we're talking to babies and all of that. We need to be patient and plenty of that. Now, can you tell us some of the things that triggers their emotions? Because sometimes you just find them crying, other times they are throwing tantrums, sometimes they are moody. You know, what are those things that triggers all of those emotions in elderly persons?
Okay, so from my own experience, the first thing that they don't like is not being listened to.
Okay.
Especially when they are telling you, like, not be listened. When you don't listen to what they are saying, not be listened to is the first thing that they don't like. So you try as much as possible to indulge them. Ask them, even for the regular things, would you like, if you want to prepare their meals, or would you like it with rice and vegetable? Would you like it with... So ask them questions, involve them in their own care. Don't just care for them like they are some outsider. No, involve them in their own care. Okay. And that's very, very important.
All right. So as we round up now, what's the place of exercise in everything that you have talked to us about today on the need to care for elderly in our homes, in our society?
All right. So one of the things that happen as we get older is that there is loss of bone mass. And there is loss of elasticity. So those things come normally with age. That's why you have arthritis and all of that. So what they need is, they don't need to register in a gym this period. They just need, yes, they just need some slight but effective exercises. So we advise them to take walks. They can just walk around the compound, walk around the house, walk streets maybe in the evenings. Just take some strolls, 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Okay. All right, Marilyn, our time is up. This is where I say a huge thank you to you for finding time to be with me on today's show. Thank you so much. All right, people, this is it. What goes around comes around. If you're one of those persons that treats the elderly badly or maltreats them or do things you're not supposed to do, don't forget, you are going to age soon. And it's going to happen to you. So let's do our best possible to take care of them, okay? And let them have a good life, a healthy life, a decent life before they meet their maker. We'll see you again next week. Bye-bye.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Where
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful. Well, this is my brother,
I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Idians of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Ọjọ́ ni màá Okada zima Esama zima dion Ebona zima dion Ọbala zima dion màá rí ọrẹ Sama dion náà ni màá tó pọ́n mi Sama ni màá tó gbé kẹ́ni Sama màá di òwò ẹ̀rẹ́ náà Esama màá gbé kẹ́ni ẹ̀ ọ̀sàbọ̀ ọ̀bùyọ̀bí tó ní ọba n'ọ́gì ẹ̀tọ́ ni màá gà n'ọ́dí àmì màá gà rẹ̀ màá ní tó gbé kẹ́ni ẹ̀ náà ìmà yáfẹ́ ìmà àtọ̀ o ìmà àgbọ̀n o ọ̀dọ̀pá ewu dòrì ìmà àti àwọ̀ rẹ̀ náà ọ̀rẹ́ tí àgbọ̀n yá náà wé mi màá gà rẹ̀ ní Jésù Kristi náà mi wà fún.
In Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Idion level, as tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Odion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Odion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Nwonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omarege Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's yet another time for us to talk about issues as they emerge in our country, Nigeria. And today we're going to be talking about the NDC's anti-defection oath that states that any candidate contesting on the platform must have to meet some requirements, mandating the candidate to sign the anti-defection oath, committing to vacate their seats if they defect from the party after winning the election. And the idea is party supremacy, and also to help curb politicians from defecting and dumping the party at will and at their convenience after winning and contesting on the platform, in order to search for other political parties that suits their ambition at will. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
I'm one of those that have doffed my heart for Seriake Dickson since I heard the news. The truth is that he hasn't done anything too new. The law had always respected and expected that the political party's ticket belongs to the political party. It doesn't belong to an individual. You win election on the basis of a political contest. And that's why you find that in the ballot papers, there are no individual pictures. It is the logo of the political party. It's the political party that owns the ticket. Now, because our laws were not respected, especially since oftentimes it is the party in power that is most guilty of this kind of infractions, people took advantage of that to begin to behave as they like. And then the situation has gotten to a point where we needed someone of courage like Dickson, who has courageously taken the bulls by the horns. Because why would people come into a political party and then after party members have invested confidence in you, that you are going to raise the profile of their party, and that you are going to help their party to become a sustainable party. Because if party wins an election, that party has the chances of winning again. And with continual winning, you are dealing with sustainability. Parties are supposed to be institutions. They are not just supposed to be platforms or, where you have the kind of waka pass attitude that you have in the media, in the movies. Party is an institution, and continuity is important. It is continuity that has helped Americans to establish their democracy to a point where you now have people who will tell you that they are born Democrats and the other ones will say they are born Republicans. It is only by sustainability that we begin to develop ideology. Ideology evolves from sustainability. What we continue to practice, if for instance a political party continues to practice free education, housing scheme, and so on and so forth, that becomes part of its ideology. So we have had a free-for-all fight, everybody doing as he likes, until Dixon stepped in now. So I'm one of those who supports it. If you come to the question of the exemptions, if you look at the statistics of party defection, there are certain people that are very hard for them to leave their party and defect to other parties because they have attained the position, like the president, the vice president, and so on and so forth, where they are now so big in that party that they just consider themselves leaders and elders that shouldn't be running up and down. The defection is mostly among young aspiring politicians, and then some in the party who are building influence and they feel that they have enough influence to move some people away. And it just becomes, it is not on the basis of ideology, just because it's on the basis of either ego, or on the basis of the fact that you want things to go your way, just your way, and then the party thinks otherwise. So I think it's a very welcome development, and I support it wholeheartedly. It is not going to be a political setback in the long run. In fact, in the short and long term, it is a blessing to political parties. I mean, if Peter Obi, for instance, had done the same thing when he was in Labour Party, he would be contesting right now under Labour Party and not under NDC. Now, one of the pushback against Peter Obi is that within a period of about 5 years, he's been to about 3 or more parties. So if he had remained in Labour Party and built it up into an institution, he and his Obedient movement will not be itinerant politicians today, which APC refer to as nomadic politicians. That is not by any stretch of imagination a better option than if you remain in one place and you build it into an institution. So what Seriaki is pushing is that you have to build political parties into institutions. They call it movement, and then maybe they probably interpret it literally that you have to keep moving. When you say it's a movement, you simply mean it's a particular organ that at that moment is driving an ideology. The moment you now achieve power, you establish that ideology and build it into a sustainable institution. So that's what Seriaki is pushing, and that's what I think is the best thing that has happened to our political parties and political environment for a long time. I'm going to push and advise and insist that our party, the ADC, would have to come up with that kind, because I would ask ADC to push so that it will affect the other political parties to also, have that in their laws, because we don't want many people rushing into the ADC. We want those who were there, who struggled to win the elections, to also be the one that would establish, because they believe in the ideology of the ADC. That's why they are there. Therefore, they should be able to be part of those who will drive ADC into becoming a really sustainable institution. And in any case, we started those strategically by coming out with a manifesto that will guide all our candidates. We have one manifesto for the ADC, and it's national.
It's a welcome development. That is a measure for internal discipline. The political parties in Nigeria should enforce that internal discipline to curtail the excesses of our politicians who tend to decamp from one political party to another when the parties do no longer favor their interests, most especially when they won election in that particular political party. There are explicit law and a very definitive court judgment to that effect that, taking cognizance of section 68 article G of the Nigeria Constitution, say that a political and a politician shall cease to be a member of House of Assembly when he defects from a political party that sponsors that election. What that simply means, every politician that wins election under a political party does not have the legal right to defect from that political party to another, except on the occasion that there is a national division in such political party that render the leadership of that party incapacitated to manage that political party. That is only a situation or time it is provided for politicians to defect from one political party to another. But what we see in Nigeria, taking locus classicus, the senator representing Edo South, Senator Neda Imasuen, who won the senatorial position at the level of the Labour Party. At the time, it could understood at the time that the Labour Party had a kind of a division in the party. He defected to APC, and in this instance, he could not secure the second tenure ticket. So, in my own opinion, every political party should enforce that internal discipline, and any politician, any party member who wins election under their platform and tend to decamp with that seat or that position, the party should do everything legally possible to ensure that that seat or that position is stripped of such persons. That is the provision of the law, except otherwise, like I stated earlier, that there is a division in that political party and the party can no longer manage the affairs of that political party. That is the only time defection is allowed, because the provisions of the Nigeria Electoral Act does not provide for an individual candidature. It is a political party that sponsors election. A member or a candidate contests through a political party. So I cannot win election in party A. Tomorrow I defect to party B when there is no crisis in my political party. The law has coherently and explicitly states that at such circumstances I will vacate or fulfill that position that I won under my political party. So that is the position of the law. So it's a welcome development, and I want to appreciate such measures to sound that a warning to those that are defecting now, because the reason majority of the politicians are defecting is not because they want to serve Nigerians. It is because they see it as a new platform they can use to cling to power. And having cling to power, if that political party does no longer suit them or please them, they move out. So that political party should ensure that it is a very stringent measure to ensure that when they win, they don't decamp with that position. And I also urge all political party to do the same. And in the provisions of our laws, there is no exemption to whether some political party or positions should be kind of alleviated or exempted from that disciplinary measures. The law did not say the president have the powers, or the president or the vice president of a country can decamp from his political party to another party because he's the president or vice president. No, there's an equilibrium for all Nigerians. This equal rights. The same rights are applicable to every member of a political party. It's also applicable to the president, to the governor, and everybody. So there is no exemption. Perhaps the political party want to use it to place their presidential candidate, but the law did not exempt any individual or any position from that decamping or enforcing that law that affect defection. So if a political party comes up with measures to enforce discipline, they are turning around to also give an exemption. To me, they are not ready to enforce that law, and it's going to cause more problem, except they have their own internal rules that tend to support that. But with the provisions of Nigeria Constitution, the Electoral Act, and the Supreme Court judgment on this matter, there is no exemption. So I advise NDC, if they want to enforce that discipline, they should enforce it across board without kind of trying to give some persons a special preference or without inequality. There should be equality and there should be equilibrium, because equal rights across board.
It's funny and it's laughable. First and foremost, it won't work because the Constitution preaches freedom of association, and in one breath you are preaching taking an oath not to leave the party. It won't work. Is it a secret cult? It's not a secret cult. On the same breath, they are exempting some persons, the presidential, vice presidential candidates are not affected. That alone, spoils the whole thing. So it won't work. It not with our politicians. Trust me. Even in the NDC, it won't work. It must have to pass through constitutional process. If it passes through constitutional process and it is embedded in the constitution, that's the only reason it will work. And if they do that, yes, this jumping here and there in the name of getting party tickets. Our political parties, they don't drive on ideologies anymore. They just want to find a party that they can grab ticket from and contest election and win election and do whatever they like. So no ideology. All the parties, there is no ideology, because everybody in all the parties, they are neither in PDP, APC. They are all one and the same. So if it's done, if it passes through constitutional process whereby that okay, if I get into this party, it is for life. The constitution has held me there for life. It will be fine. It will work. By so doing, there will be ideologies. There will be discipline. There won't be this rowdy going here and there. That's the only reason it can work. But as it is, trust me, it will not work.
You cannot be working in John Oates and receive salary at the 11th. But however, the party have to strengthen their internal democracy very well. So you cannot say because candidates have sworn an oath of anti-defection, they will be maltreated and treated anyhow. In fact, internal party democracy should be strengthened, and the manifesto of the party should be strengthened. A situation whereby you now depend on candidates who are now elected to run the party. That's not how it's done. Political party, all members are supposed to be financial members. That way, nobody will have a say, over the control of party affairs. What normally happens when the burden is now too much on the office holder, you find out that you'll not be looking for shelter elsewhere. And of course, it's clear in the Constitution of Nigeria 1999 as amended that if there is serious trouble within the party, particular member is permitted to leave for another political party. But however, looking at what happened in 2023, where a lot of persons came under the platform of Labour Party, and at the end of the day, before we even got to the primaries in 2027, we've all defected to the ruling political party. So this anti-defection oath is meant to keep people within their party. If people elected you, because if you look at the ballot paper, names of candidates are not written on it. It is the party logo that is there. It is the party's name that is there. So therefore, it is the party that contests for any election. So if you are leaving a particular political party, having won election on the platform of that political party, then you should also relinquish your position and go and contest freshly in that party.
Every person who contests on their platform and wins an office will swear to an oath that they will not cross carpets. It's a novel idea, but we are looking at it vis-a-vis the Constitution. What does the Constitution say about freedom of association and peaceful assembly? If someone believes that he's no longer comfortable in a particular political party, can he not leave that party? It's a germane issue. Ordinarily, I think the mischief the Nigerian Democratic Congress is trying to cure is very important, because we see politicians cross carpet at will. But I believe that the superior courts need to pronounce on this before it becomes binding, or the National Assembly really make a law But we see that that house, that National Assembly, is not very willing to make such laws because they are the principal culprits in this saga. But I think that right now, that policy may not really work because it is contradicting the Constitution, which speaks in section 40 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which says that everyone has right to peaceful assembly and peaceful association, right to association. And so it's a new development, and I hope the superior courts will eventually pronounce on it. They just seem to have shown that they are weak, just like the National Assembly did, which exempted governors and presidents from that law that says they should not defect. I think that Nigerian Democratic Congress has shown that they are weak and that they are not serious with this. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you say the other political offices should not defect, then why do you not hold the gubernatorial offices and the presidential offices accountable to that? I think that they have not been fair, and I don't think this will hold water.
Majority of the opinions of our respondents centered on the fact that political parties is not an individual thing, and during election you don't get to see individual pictures being put on the ballot paper, but rather it is the party logo that it's being used during election and it's seen on ballot paper. So for that reason, any individual that decides to dump a political party after winning under that platform must be ready to vacate the seats if they defect to other political party. That is the opinions and thoughts of most of our respondents. And then again, they considered it a welcome development in order to curb this idea of politicians defecting at will, especially when elections are around the corner. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching and bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful. Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Bona zima Dion Obala zima Dion Malawe Mari Esama Diona Nimado Pom Esama Nimado Beken Esama Emana Dio Warena Esama Magbekene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga not Yami Magame Manido Beken Dena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Orokpai Wudori Ima Dia Wogene all the Diagmo Yano Emi Magame we need just to know me offer
In Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level, as tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Benedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Benedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Benedion, Peter Osawori Benedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Benedion, Barrister Mike Osane Benedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gbedio Wonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Benedion, Ukbonwa Benedion, Osawe Benedion, Edosa Benedion, Dr. Daniel Omarege Benedion, as well as Agbong Steve Benedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Welcome to yet another edition of International Forum. I am Wilson Omasho. Well, today we are diving into what transpired on July 4th. We get to hear the word, or the I say the phrase July 4th. You know what I'm talking about, right? Yes, American Independence Day. The day that U.S. got their freedom from colonial masters 250 years ago. And the president, Donald Trump, made a very, very seasoned speech. According to some persons, or why to some, he's just saying the same old thing. To Donald Trump, America is here to stay. America has been considered first. America has been put first. He talked about recovery in the economy, talked about the fear of nations towards America. But one thing was so prominent. America, like other countries, did not display their weaponry. We'll talk about that. They just like, you know, planes flying by, the stealth, like that. I would just said, like other countries are going to showcase their ballistic missile, their warplanes, their war. They didn't do that. Trump just came, gave the speech for what Donald Trump said, the biggest fireworks in the world. They were just having fun with their planes, you know, nothing like war machine, war this and war. Talking about the impact of America globally. So, but taking a look at it from this particular angle, America celebrates around 50 years. How has American role really affect, have this impact in the world? Is it positive? Is it negative? You talk about democracy, you talk about fighting and so you talk about human rights, you talk about anything that has to do with a touch of America in nature. About the war between Iran, US, and Israel. Remember also American influence in Afghanistan. Remember American influence in Venezuela. Remember American influence in so many parts of the world. Not like saying that these people, what they are doing is good. I'm not saying no, what they are doing is absurd. So we'll take a look at this playing just this particular thing line. The good side and not so good side of that great country, USA. And what should we be expecting from the US? We'll talk about international relations in the nearest future. With me here in the studio, I have a lecturer from UNIBEN. Join me to welcome Professor Anthony Ijore. Prof, thank you so much for coming on today's show. I appreciate you coming.
It's a great pleasure to be here.
All right. So very close to me is a legal practitioner, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Henry Owazo. Barrister, welcome.
It's a pleasure being around. Feel us at home, another opportunity to x-ray America and at the same time wave you back to where we all are coming from.
All right. And of course, joining us all the way from the U.S. is Honorable Ehi Igariba, a political analyst, political affairs commentator. Honorable, thank you so much for making our time to join us. All right, when is like which contact we thought, definitely we're going to be hearing from him. Well, Prof, let me start off from you, Prof. 250 years of independence, I mean, don't you think it's worth celebrating?
Yes, what is worth celebrating. In fact, I'm a beneficiary of American democracy because by the grace of God, I spent 15 years there, where I did my first and second degree before I came back to Nigeria to do my PhD in the great University of Benin. So the beauty about America is the fact that they were in colonies before, I think 13 colonies and all that. And they now made a declaration in Philadelphia that, hey, it is time for them to remove the shackles of British dominance, in their life. And they came together, made a declaration, in 1776, precisely July 2nd, and in that declarations, documents were signed and all that. Then they now declared themselves a nation by July 1776, which is what we're celebrating today. That's just a flash of American history. But what we are seeing today is that the beauty of it is that the world is now looking up to America to play a major role in international politics, to the extent that many nations see them as the police of the world, especially when they're experiencing not just war situation, when they're also experiencing social problems, challenges. We are aware of situations where countries are, Somali, and Ethiopia and the rest of them, where especially many developing countries were experiencing after-war effects. America normally go there, rush food, rush medical aids, to take care of these nations. And where they also give a loan because of the after effect of war in those developing countries for rehabilitation to develop the country. So to that extent, they are playing a major role in world politics, and the world will look up to them as the big father, of the world in terms of giving assistance. But we are also aware that in the process of doing all this, they protect their interests in terms of if some nation have some good mineral resources or oil deposit they think they can benefit from. So, which in other words, just like a political expert said, Morgan Tao, he said other things can vary, but national interest remains constant. So that's why we are not surprised.
Other things can vary, but national interest remains constant. Is that what America stands for? Before I come to you, Barrister Henry Nwanze, I'd like to introduce a political analyst, political affairs commentator, joining us all the way from the United States of America, Honorable Ehi Ehariba. Honorable, thank you so much for taking that time to join us on this discussion.
Thank you for having me. It's been 250 years of American independence from Great Britain. It took a lot of courage from the Patriots to demand for independence from the Patriots, from the United Kingdom, as you know, and to break the Treaty of Paris that was in 1783. As you will know, Great Britain was the global superpower at the time. And so it took a lot of courage for them to come together to say, you know what, we've had enough of this colonialism, and we deserve a life of our own. That other people came with and embraced Christianity almost as a national religion and English as a national language. English as spoken by Americans. So today you have the British English and you have the American English, very distinctively different in so many ways. Then again, you see, they recognized on time. America was the very first country to write a constitution prefixed by "we the people." They recognized that there were other countries before them, the great Soviet Union, China, and the rest of them, who also had constitutions. But however, those countries quickly drifted into one-party system and in some cases dictatorship, because the people were negligent of their duties, and therefore the strong men could come and grab power and dictate to the entire citizenry. And in some cases, Sititism, whereby one man keeps ruling and winning all the elections relatively unopposed, except on paper. Then America also went a step further. They had a press, an independent press, to scrutinize their democratic practice and lay it bare before the people, and allow the voice of critical opposition, which is important, which had been suppressed in other places. That's one of the things that make America great. The opposition here are not afraid for their lives. They are not afraid for people to arrest them, for their political parties to be, rough handled, whether by judicial means or extrajudicial means. They just know that they can say whatever they wish to say within the ambit of the law, and they're staying focused on their major role, which is to criticize the government, keep the government on its toes. So America has been a leading light for global democratic countries in that regard, and the press has been so critical to the extent that American elections, most elections from the local elections at the county level to the state elections and even to the presidential elections, are declared by the media. The media declares who wins the American presidency based on their projection, even before the electoral commissions are able to put the results together. Such is their trust in the media. Trust is their belief in the media. You have a body that critically scrutinizes the American democracy and its government. And I think this is a big challenge to the media in Nigeria to be more critical. Yeah. So if you see thank you.
I'll come back to you, I'll come back to you. Oh, well, you heard him, because he's in the U.S. I believe that we'll dive into the celebration, of course, Donald Trump taking America from one step to another. Barrister, let me come to you, Barrister. From what Prof said, he said he benefited from American democracy. And of course, he talked about democracy of America, saying that's like, top notch. Do you feel that American democracy is a perfect blend of democracy that the world can benefit from, number one, or has been benefiting from?
Well, listen, with all due respect, so far so good. America has been able to show that they're indeed a democratic nation. If you look at the Supreme Court there, all the decisions Donald Trump has taken one way or the other, they have always have a way of putting a stop to it. And this has always worked out, because in a true democratic setting, all the arms of government are independent. You have the judiciary, you have the legislature, and then you have the executive, as it were. America has been able to show that in a true democracy that you always have these three arms of government are separated, and each acts as a check on the other. And that is what you have seen, that the judiciary has been acting as a check to the activities of Donald Trump. Notwithstanding that the man himself has some good things that he wanted to give out to the world and to the Americans. And you always hear him say that American comes first before any other person, or for even before himself. And in such situation, which you don't find in other parts of the world, when I mean other parts of the world, I'm making reference to those of us from this part of the world, where our leaders think of themselves first before thinking of the nation, as it were. And you see that Donald Trump has been able to show that all the leaders that have come to have had opportunity of being the president of America have played that role, and they have taken America first, ensuring that the democracy continues to grow, ensuring that the three arms of government are separated and each acting as a check on the other, and ensuring that the people matters most, because what you have is the people. It's not the leaders as per se, but we are talking about the people. What have the people benefited, and what have other parts of the world, apart from the America? 250 years is not a small feat, as it were, but they have been able to show that in all these years that democracy has come to stand. Not only that democracy has come to stand, but through separation of powers, those at least 90 or more than 90% in terms of separation of powers has also been shown through the actions of the legislature, the executive, as well as the judiciary. So to me, America has been able to influence the world, though some countries have not been able to tap from it, just like in this part of where you yourself and myself are, where our leaders have always think about themselves first without thinking of Nigeria as a nation. What do we do for the betterment of this country? What do we do to move this nation forward? Everybody is calculating how much is going to steal for generations unborn. And that is what has kept us here. Corruption has become an everyday affair that you now begin to ask, who has done this to us? So to me, America has influenced a lot of countries who are ready to tap from the democracy that you find in America, who are ready to tap from the great leaders they have been able to produce at each point in time. Presently, as you have Donald Trump, The man has been there. The man has been able to do so many things that has, he has done to transform the lives of the Americans, putting them first in every action he carries out. Quite unlike where you have ours, the bandits are killing us every day, the Boko Harams are destroying us every day, our leaders are busy campaigning, telling you they are coming from. It's only in America, in the true democracy, that you will see their leaders. They will feel the pulse of the people. In the true democracy, that their leaders will be able to understand that at this point in time, the interests of my nation matters more, but not in ours, where our leaders are busy campaigning, while children are in the bush going to 2 months, while men and women are being kidnapped morning, afternoon, night, and nothing is done. Instead, they are busy campaigning.
All right. Well, right now I want to go for a break. When we return, the next question will be for Prof. Because from what Honorable said, he said, look, America is a perfect set, carrying out democracy and the rest of the personal democracy. You opined that you benefited from it for 15 years or thereabouts.
Yes.
Now, the question will be, when we return from this break, has it impacted positively, globally? That is going to be the next question after this break. Don't go away.
The biggest football show on earth is here.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
Thank you so much for staying tuned and just joined us. This is International Forum. Join us right now in the studio. He is a lecturer in UNIBEN, University of Benin, political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Honorable Frank Amego. Thank you so much for coming. Though it's a bit late.
Sorry about that.
It's okay. Yeah. It's all right. So the question is for you. Many nations of the world, they are complaining bitterly. I mean, nations that are saying that they cannot practice American style of democracy.
Yes.
That's like obsolete. It doesn't work for them. And they're accusing the U.S. of trying to force that kind of democracy into their own mouth, and they're trying to spew it out, saying it doesn't work. Please take it up from there.
Yes, you see, the beauty of having America as the police of the world is not just in the area of being aggressive or being, oppressing other nations of the small nations of the world. I think America has come as a nation. It's not like any other country. America is like a conglomerate of nations, put together. So they have come to promote good governance. okay, which can be achieved through democratic system of government. And that is what they are looking for. So they try to spread this to nations, believing that let individuals, let voters determine who should be their leader. And so they do everything to promote it. In some cases, they even fund elections. Nigerian government have been beneficiary of that, where America will pump money into our electoral process, believing that that will help to promote democracy in Nigeria and other parts of the world. So because they believe that let the people choose their leaders, and the question we should ask ourselves, are these developing nations key into that belief, that philosophy, that mentality that, hey, we have to be our leaders, we have to choose our leaders, if you like, and that is not happening. So you will blame America for that, So we are talking about institutions, okay? In the U.S., institutions are highly respected, like the really learned people in our society said. The rest of us are not learned, but that's just by the side. You see, the institutions ought to be respected. In the U.S., there's separation of power, like he said. And every person played his role independently, But if you look at developing nations, are they doing that? This is the idea. So are you not going to blame the U.S.? I think democracy is government for the people, by the people. And you expect that institutions should play their role. But by the time institutions, play into the hands of politicians, just like we are experiencing in Nigeria and other developing countries, whereby the judiciary can no longer play their role effectively, the security agents can no longer play their role effectively, the executive will just come swallow them and all that, and before you know, they start passing judgment upside down. And that is going to affect what? The democracy we are talking about. So we see the idea is not the fact that democracy, there's no beauty in democracy. There's beauty in democracy, but the way it is being organized by developing countries because of their greed, because they don't respect institutions, that is where democracy is looking like a system of government that is not too palatable for developing nations.
All right.
Yes. So this is my...
All right, I'll come back to you. But Honorable Frank, you heard Prof. He talked about him benefiting, really giving accolades to America for the way they've been able to, establish and practice democracy over the years. But many parts of the world are still accusing America of forcing them into this system of government that is not favorable to them. They see accusing America of destabilizing the world. They give an example of what happened in Libya. Gaddafi was taken off the map. Give an example also of what happened in Afghanistan. They accuse America of talking tail and running away after when the heat got so hot. Accuse America also of being the trouble, so to speak, behind the turbulence in the Middle East. Now, what can you make out of this?
Yes, various countries complain about true democracy is an attempt to perpetrate themselves deeper into greed, trying to personalize government. So true democracy does not. It ensures for absolute and complete separation of powers. Africans are worst hit by that, and that's why you have a lot of underdeveloped nations in Africa. And what we're even suffering in Nigeria today is not far from that. So I don't think America is forcing them. America is appealing to their consciences.
Exactly.
That what you are practicing is inimical to growth and development.
Appealing to their conscience with artilleries, with soldiers, with war machines.
Why not?
Conscience. Well, he used the word appeal.
Okay. Well, after appealing.
No. Let him land because what's appealing to them?
So as I was saying,
yes,
the appeal is being made. America is not forcing.
Exactly.
Force. That means that maybe they are at gunpoint to say accept or reject. It hasn't gotten to that. What America is telling the whole world is, let's have a global peace which is attainable. Let's ensure that every human being matters on this earth. Once you are born, there should be a sense of responsibility, a sense of togetherness, which other systems of government will never allow. So any nation up to now that is resisting democracy is an attempt to create more and deeper challenges in the lives and the countries that they live in. So what I see there is, if in Nigeria, for instance, true democracy is practiced, some of us may not be like this, whereby the federal government is begging marketers to drop the cost, the pump price
of petrol.
Your petrol. You are begging. Why should you be begging? If there is proper regulation in place, to the extent that Donald Trump is even worried that the global market for crude has dropped. So why are we still suffering it? So in true democracy, it will ensure that things are done properly. So now Donald Trump is interested in the PMS price. That's not forcing us to do democracy. It's forcing us, appealing to us to live and let live. It should be lopsided, as we have in Nigeria, whereby some persons can use a telescope to see into the future whether they will have a future or not. So everybody is suffering what America is doing because they are investing in global peace. So they don't waste their resources on any nation that is refusing to adopt the slightest form of indices of democracy. So they are putting their money and they are more careful where their money goes to.
All right, let's go to Honorable America, as the police of the world in court right now, being accused of so many crimes. For instance, they've been accused of double standard in the sense that whatever they want to allow in a particular country, A, they disallow in country B. Let's take a look at this particular allegation leveled against the U.S. America is wanting some country to practice democracy. Saudi Arabia, they're an ally of America, they're not practicing democracy. Morocco also, they're not practicing democracy, but they are there to be left alone to do their thing. How come America just doing this particular thing, so to speak, right now, in quotes, selectively, forcing some countries in the world to practice full democracy, while some others just let them be the way you are, as long as they don't impede the interest of the U.S.?
Please unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, please.
Sorry about that. Whatever the United States is doing, if you look at it very critically, you will notice that national interest comes before every other thing, especially in our pursuits in the international field. Firstly, I overheard you talking about what happened in Libya. Nothing would have happened in Libya if Gaddafi had not, through his people, as he was to admit later, because he paid a fine to bomb the Pan Am flights that took down about 270 people at a time. America was never going to let that go. Well, no matter the time that has lapsed, many of the people that died were Americans, and that plane was bombed over Scotland, if you remember. So it was something America needed to seek justice for, especially for those dead U.S. citizens. And at the end of the day, they got justice at the end of the day. If you look at Afghanistan, why did America go to Afghanistan? It was as a direct result of what had happened at the Twin Towers in New York after the bomb blast, the 9/11. The United States had to take the war back to Afghanistan, where Bin Laden and his cohorts were, identified to be hiding in the mountains, and that has kept Americans safe because they felt like if we took the battle to them, then they would not have the time. They would be defensive instead of being on the offensive, and so several of those interventions has been due to that. Then you talk about democratic practice. America understands one thing: if the world will be at peace, America will be at peace. And there's no way a people that are being held down by any dictator.
You just hold on. We want to take a short break. When we continue with the line of thought. Don't go away right back.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers round their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you so much for staying till you just joined us. This is International Forum, and we are having this chat with gentlemen who have been in the studio. Before we went on that break, Honorable Higala was making a point. Honorable, please continue with the point you were making before we went on the break.
All right, like I was saying that the United States will always put their interest first in their interventions or interactions with other countries in the international space, and which is being a problem for many to comprehend. They are thinking because America is insisting on democratic practices in some countries, especially those leaning towards dictatorship and instability. If you look at Saudi Arabia, like that you pointed out, that America seems to have looked the other way. Saudi Arabia is experiencing tremendous stability in their governance. They don't have uprisings, and the average life of the citizen there is above board. They are living very good lives. And lately, you know, America called they've opened their country a lot more for people, moving away from the conservative Saudi Arabia towards a country that is more welcoming of people and of diverse ideas. Therefore, you can, for me, I hold that to American influence greatly. And some countries were just left like that because they have stability. But there are those whom it's pretty obvious that their citizens are under the full weight of their government, and they have little or no space to maneuver. They are being oppressed and suppressed. And America is not going to accept that. They are going to keep trying to ensure that there's freedom, there's liberty for those people in those countries. And therefore, people can say, well, America is bearing their influence. I think the areas where America has bear its influence the most, for me, is in the area of technology, because if you look at the economic system of the United States, you know, it's capitalism, free market, and they use large corporations, you know, to further their economic interest. And most of these corporations, like I look at the Forbes Global Billionaires Index just a couple of days ago. Of the top 20 billionaires in the world, 16 are from the United States. And it's no coincidence. It's as a result of their economic practice, the liberal system. And most of these companies are companies that affect global economic and economic and financial institutions, such that the overdependency on American system continues to be what the world cannot do without for now. Like you can't do without Google, you can't do without Amazon, you can't do without Facebook, you can't do without Tesla and SpaceX. They've got a lot of things going on that the whole world depends on them. And that is what makes America tick. You know, if you have 16 out of the world's first 20 billionaires coming out of one country, you can't do without Microsoft for now, you know. So, and they keep improving on their technology. So that makes the whole world dependent on the United States. And of course, America have a unique system, like no other country in the world, of attracting best brains from different countries all across the world and Americanizing them, turning them into Americans at heart.
I'll come back to you, Honorable. I will come back to you. You're going all America, all America. I understand. Definitely. I do understand.
You understand. The man lives there. At least he lives there. All right. He has tasted the benefits of living in America. Okay. And he will be able to say something about America positively because it has affected him too positively, as it were.
Now let's take a look at this scenario. Yeah. Donald Trump gave the order that went to Venezuela. They captured Maduro.
The president, yes.
You understand? He gave an order also. Iran has not been the same. What about Cuba? Remember also what transpired, because America has been accused of backing up Israel to fight against Iran, thereby destabilizing the Middle East. America has also been accused of always meddling into countries' internal or external affairs. As long as you have oil there, that seems to be their business. All these allegations leveled against this great country. What's your opinion on them?
Well, you cannot erase that completely, because for whatever thing you are fighting for, you must have an interest. Your interest will come first. But I know of the truth. America going to those countries you have mentioned, just as the man in America, he has rightly said, before going to the man in
Venezuela.
Venezuela, there's a reason before America got to Venezuela. We talk about Iran. The people protested for so long, the high-handedness of Ayatollah Khomeini and them. You know, in that part of the world, there's virtually many things that women cannot do. Women cannot appear in certain places. Women cannot drive vehicles. Women cannot join politics. Women cannot play football. There's so many things, you know, they try to, segregate women. But America is saying that as long as we are talking about humans, as it were, that the men, the women, they have equal rights. They should be able to benefit, as it were, what makes life beautiful in every society. And you find this part of the world, they tried to segregate. And most of their leaders will want to remain in office, even when the people are saying enough is enough, that they are tired of their high-handedness, but they still want to remain in office. The one of the man, the issue of the Panama, America waited for a time to enable them go there. The one of the Venezuela, they waited for the time to go, and they picked the man, brought him down, and started trying him, as it were. The people have complained. America is talking about democracy. Democracy should be democracy that the people would decide, not a particular person instituting himself as a lord and will want to remain in power in perpetuity, and which has become a common factor in some countries in the world. Though in Nigeria, ours is not individuals, but we have also found out that in this part of the world, individuals are more powerful than the institutions. That's why you see a man will wake up one morning and take a decision, and the decision will rub on everybody and rub on the institutions as well. That the institutions will not have the courage to take the bull by the horn and take decisions that will go for the betterment of everybody. So to me, America going to all those countries of the world, either in terms of their leadership, has been too high-handedness on the people. The people have continually complained of the type of government they were running, and there was no freedom. The people do not have freedom to take a decision on what they want and say, no, at this point in time, this is what we want from our leaders. And the leaders are not ready to listen, because you find out that some of these leaders are not ready to listen to their people, and such a thing. Day in, day out, there's usually death. You see people protesting. In that of Iran, it was a long period of protests, that took place. People were being killed every day in the street. The government still felt adamant, even when the government America was trying to make the leader, as it then was, to see reasons of why to make some changes, because what we are talking about is changes, because the life itself is not static. The only thing that is permanent is change, and you find that most of these countries, especially the ones in the Middle East, because of the religion and some other factors, they want to in perpetuity keep their people in one position. Just as you talked about Saudi Arabia, there is changes taking place in Saudi Arabia, as it were.
But it's not democratic.
No,
the system of government is not democracy. We know that.
When you talk about
also the same thing.
What you talk about
democracy.
When you talk about democracy, democracy is a situation where the people have right to take a decision. Democracy depends on the type you practice in your own part of the world. These people, they have their kings, and the kings have always, just like Britain you are talking about, they have a king.
But that's not democratic.
No,
monarchic is what we're talking about right now.
We are the one, whether it is a monarchical government, but in a democratic form.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Well, Honorable Frank, you heard them. If you take a look at America right now under Donald Trump, well, I say Donald Trump's care. Some are saying that America is beginning to deviate from what they used to do as the big brother, as a police of the world. You get to hear Trump giving so many decrees about XYZ country cannot come to America. So many things that countries are benefiting from America, then he struck them off. Grants, AIDS, you just name it. America, 250 years of democracy. I mean, is this really fair? When you take a look at the picture America is painting, or has been painted by the world with what is happening right now.
Yes, I don't think those in America or that live there should complain as such, because the President Donald Trump did not come in through the back door. It was overwhelmingly voted for with the intention that he is a better candidate than every other person. So on the strength of that, anything he says, they should accept. They should accept, because they knew fully well in their full consciousness that Donald Trump was...
They should accept, even when it hurts.
No, they brought him in. It's just like...
Even when the world is crying against his kind of policies, his actions, inactions.
You don't have the statistics of that. The shoes you're putting on now, and you're not complaining that you're having some pains. You're white. Nobody forced it on you. Have you been barrister forced to wear it? You can come back and complain that the shoes you gave to me. But you're worried by yourself. You voted him into power. And the power is exhibiting now is also transient. They should just patiently wait until his tenure elapses, then we'll leave, somebody else will come in. So you can't vote in democracy and be complaining. And everything about Donald Trump, if you took note all these years, there was never a thing that he would do that he would not say it. Far before he will do it, he will tell you, when I get to place A, I will do X, Y, Z. And that's what he's doing. There's no new thing that Donald Trump is doing that he did not say by way of campaign. And in the face of that, they still voted him into power. So it is abnormal for the people to start complaining. There's nothing he's doing, I can emphasize that he did not mention why having the electionary campaign. He did. And they accepted him. And now Donald Trump is being bullied to know that what you are saying or doing now is not correct.
Is it being bullied or not bullying people?
He's bullying, because he told them that when he got this power, this and that he will do. And they still voted him into power. So I'm now implementing, Donald Trump is now implementing what he said. So I'm not complaining.
All right.
There's no basis for complaint.
So that they're not bullying Donald Trump right now, not the other way around.
Exactly, yes. Because I'll come back what he was going to do.
Okay, I'll come back to you on the well, Prof, you heard them.
Yes. If you look at the foundation of Republicans and the Democrats in the U.S., the Republicans have this philosophy that don't charge the rich much taxes. Charge them less taxes so that they can have money to invest, create employment, create economic prosperity. Whereas the Democrats are saying no, tax the business people, those who are the means of production, tax them heavily so that money can be used to take care of our social welfare activities. So that is why we should not be too surprised here the attitude of Donald Trump, while supporting businesses, while ensuring that Americans' interests, is protected all over the world, especially when nations have come to accept him as, the almighty God that can protect their interests. Even Nigeria here, the average Nigerian say, America, please come. Boko Haram, bandits, they want to finish us, so please come. Even our first lady, when she was invited to the US for a prayer session, the major message she took there is that please, you come and help us to deal with Boko Haram and these bandits. They are dealing with us, dealing with this government too much. You have to come and help us. So if you look at the whole scenario, so America has come to, organize themselves to stay as a country of who promote world peace. Not necessarily the interests of America. When the process of going for world peace, they also protect their interests. Is expected. You don't expect Donald Trump or any other president for that matter to be protecting the interests of developing nations, then at the same time allow the interests of America to fall by the side. No, it's natural. It's natural, what they are doing. So if they see a nation that is being oppressed, and the citizens of that nation are calling on us, please come and help us. Please come and help us. This is like the ruling class of Iran. Come and help us and all that. They are oppressing us too much. And America, the police of the world, will not go in there and say, okay, let's try to see what we can do to help these people. So are you not going to say they are being, Trump is being aggressive?
Now, hold on. Some are accusing America for always going or coming to the aid of those countries that have oil.
Yes. What is
if you don't have oil, they don't show.
No, not really. What about Somalia? What about Ethiopia? Somalia, Ethiopia, do they have oil?
Well, what about South Africa?
If you talk about Saudi Arabia, where the highest producer of oil in the world, that is natural. We've seen if it's you, if it's me, I will protect my interests. I won't be crazy about democracy there. After all, the people in Saudi Arabia, citizens, the Saudis are happy with the monarchy system of government. So what's our business? Even Libya, we are talking about Gaddafi. His citizens were happy with his type of government because virtually everything free, accommodation, education, and all that. But he was at the same time promoting terrorism. So that is where America now have to come here and say, hey, hold it there. Even though your people are saying you are doing very well, but international terrorism you are promoting, and that's going to affect the peace of the world. So are we not saying America be aggressive by taking that position? That is the issue, my brother.
All right, now let's go to. It's like everyone just in America this afternoon. Well, let's be the truth. Let's go to U.S. Honorable wherever he's standing by. Honorable, you've heard the writing of comments from here. I want to talk about my guests in the studio. Now, would you want to say that America is doing a great job even under Donald Trump? When we talk about international politics, international relations, security, global politics. If you want to rate him this time around, about 250 years of independence.
Well, it is a responsibility of every president, to guide their country towards dominance in global affairs. And while doing that, you must critically identify your country as the chief beneficiary, which means your national interest must, be well created, channeled, and focused on. And that's been a challenge we have had as a people. I see the great eggheads and the channel, the very intelligent panel you put together. Everyone is gravitating towards the United States for an obvious reason, because we are all Nigerians, and we seem to agree that our country is not following a lot of the democratic tenets that were laid down for us. We seem to be practicing a different type of democracy and federal system of government. In many ways, I don't know the framers of our Constitution, what they had in mind. Just yesterday I was looking at the United States. How many amendments have they had in 250 years? They've only had 27 amendments to their Constitution. In Nigeria, in 66 years, we have had 35 amendments already. more than the United States. So, which means we have an imperfect document. So, these are the reasons why everyone tends to agree with the United States, because we are seeing that after 250 years, they seem to be adhering to their constitution, more than we who are younger, who have a kind of mentor to look up to, but yet we are just not following the rules. And you have to wonder if Nigerians are ever interested in the legacies, especially the political class. It will appear that many of them believe that there's a medication that will keep them alive for the rest of their life, because if you are not going to live forever, all you should live for is legacy. So when you see people in their 60s, 70s still stealing and doing the primitive accumulation, it bothers your mind. That's why everyone seems to be looking at the magic in America, where people, with enormous power still understand that they are, there's the rule of law, that the law still applies to them. That's why you can have a Supreme Court in America that have 9 judges at the moment, or justices. 6 of them are appointed by Republican president, only 3 by Democratic president. And yet, they are giving verdicts against a Republican president because there's a principle of separation of powers. They are acting as check and balances on the government. Once they are appointed, they no longer see themselves as, I was appointed by President A or B. They just work for the American people. That is what we are expecting back home, and we are most times not getting. That's why people are dissatisfied, and that's why Americans' magic, still wows everyone, because we are like, oh, how can the people be like this? How can they not rig elections? How can they not snatch ballot boxes? How can they not understand that if the people don't want you, they don't want you? It's a 4-year tenure. If they don't want you, go and make yourself, remodel yourself, reorganize yourself, and come back again. Don't force yourself on the people. It's getting out of hand, and it's leaving us where we were many years ago. It just seems like we are not moving forward. And I wonder if people think of their children, their grandchildren, great-grandchildren, the people that will come after them. That is why everyone is looking up to the United States, because it seems the founding fathers left that legacy of everyone wanting to, adhere to the rule of law, which is the bane of American democracy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We can see our time is up. We are pressed for time. I'm going to give you gentlemen maybe 30 seconds each to just summarize your point. Let's start off with Barrister.
Yeah.
Do you feel that America is making the world a better place, knowing fully what they've turned 250 years practicing democracy?
Well, it has been improved from the actions of their leaders who have come at each point in time. They have been able to show that democracy is the best system of government, where the people take decisions and determine who takes care of them at which point in time.
So you're saying they've made the world a better place?
Yes, they have.
Honorable,
yes,
do you feel the same?
Overall impact is America has helped the globe in totality, and in the midst of criticisms and oppositions all put together, America is doing well.
They're doing well. Prof?
Globally, America has made its contribution to global peace. They also protected good governance across the globe. But we also remember in the process of doing that, their interests must also be protected.
Thank you so much. Honorable, briefly, do you feel that made the world a better place? Briefly.
Yes, huge financial and economic, they made a lot of sacrifices for the world to be a better place, because a lot of funds that are being used to stabilize the world and bring about global peace could have been used for American development, but they've chose to sacrifice for the entire world to be at peace, so that America itself can be at peace. So they are doing well in the job they are doing, like Prof said, while pursuing their national interest, which must be foremost.
Thank you so much, Honorable Yegariba. Thank you so much, Barrister Henry Wozo. Honorable Frank Amego, appreciate you. Prof. Anthony, thank you so much. America, 250 years of practicing uninterrupted democracy. Yes, according to reports, they are doing well. Why? For some few countries are saying what you guys are doing ain't so cool. What's your own take on that? Well, a big congratulations to America as they turn 250 in practicing democracy. Don't forget what Trump said America first, others can follow. If others keep following, is the world becoming more of a better place than what it used to be? We will see again, same time next week, God willing. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage.
ITV, certainly the best.
WIC Women in Conversation. This is another beautiful episode where women are gathered to discuss heart-touching matters in Nigeria and probably our homes also. And in the world generally, we try to look at things that are happening around the world and see how we could advise or how we could let you understand if it's right to be done or wrong to be done. And, you know, it's a table where everybody wants to quickly tune in and watch and listen to what these great women have to say. And today, of course, I have with me to discuss Japa. We're going to be talking Japa. Nigerians, almost all Nigerian youth wants to Japa. What is the meaning of Japa? And I also heard that we also have another one called, well, the women in the house, in the studio, will let you know what that one is called. I really can't remember what it is called, but we also have another name for those that have gone there and it's not working out for them. They come back. Anyway, with me on this table to discuss all of this is Abby. Abby, you're welcome. You're going to be talking more of the Japa because you know you Japad when Japa was Japa. Now you're Japambo. Japada. You're Japada. Anyway, so Abby is going to be talking more on Japa with us today because she lives in the US, UK, and also is living in Nigeria. I don't know how she does that. She's a big girl. Anyway, also we have Tony. Tony will let us know about Japa because I think she has more experience. Not because she Japa though, but she has more of the words in her mouth to say about Japa. And we have Chisom, who is going to be representing the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs are actually the ones right now who wants to Japa to any country. You hear them say, let's just leave Nigeria. Let's just go to any country. Ladies, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Okay, Japa is not an English word. So what word is Japa?
I believe is a word created to relocation. Nigerians relocation.
What tribe is this word carved from? Let me hear from you.
Japa is a Yoruba name. It's a Yoruba name, which means run quickly.
Run quickly.
Why the Japada is come back.
If it's not working out,
run back quickly. So when you run out quickly and you get there, it's not working out, run back.
Japada.
Quickly.
Okay, let's talk about Japa. Tony, I'm still going to be asking you this question. A whole lot of Nigerians, especially our youths, everybody wants to Japa. It's not just our youths now, the professionals too, mostly doctors. Most doctors have left Nigeria. Yeah. Everybody wants to go. You also hear them say, just to any country. Right now, they don't even choose the country they want to go to any longer. And then seeing what is going on in these countries that they're Japa into. Yesterday, I was watching on social media. I don't know if anyone of you saw it. What the South Africans are doing to the blacks over there too, not just Nigerians, to the Ghanaians. They're asking that they should leave their country, go fix your country, don't come here, go fix your country. So is Japa the right thing to do?
It's a very big question. But I still believe if you have the opportunity, it is better to Japa than to remain here.
Abby is laughing because she doesn't believe in that.
And died of depression or turn yourself to be a criminal. If you have the opportunity, Japa. If you don't have, you have to, so many things you have to put in consideration because it's two major reasons that are causing this. Number one, the economic situation of the country and the insecurity. When you think critically of those 2 points, you will think of Japa too. Because you are not safe inside your house. You are not safe outside the house. You are not safe even going to work. You are not even safe at work. You are not safe giving birth to your child in the hospital. You are not safe raising that child in the house. You are not safe sending that child to school. So that is a good one. And now, maybe if you basically, there's no family that can manage 100,000 again in Nigeria. How will you do it? And the basic, I think what is the minimum wage? Minimum wage remains 75,000. And for the people that are even using bad electricity lights, 75,000 is not enough to run your bills for electricity alone. What about other people? What about feeding? Gone are those days that you can just take 20,000 naira, you want to go to my 12 and do a shopping. With your 20,000 naira, you are not buying anything in the nylon. Maybe you want to buy only pepper, garlic, and ginger. Then you come back home.
You're making me hungry. The food combination.
So that is it. When you are working hard and there's no reward, it's not even enough not to talk of saving.
Yeah.
And one good thing that government is good at now is by thinking of every avenue to screw us with different policies of getting money from us. But where is the money from? They're talking of companies closing down. Why won't they close down? Even the electricity problem is a big one. They are running at loss. So that is the reason. So if that I'm talking to you, Oluwatoyin has opportunity today, I will jackpot gladly.
Wow. Okay, Toyin wants to jackpot.
Thank you.
Okay, she gave the reasons why she would want to jackpot.
Yeah.
But I've also heard the people over there too talking about this, although insecurity is out of it, but they are also talking about the economy.
Yeah.
They also say that things have increased and all that. Because I know that when I complain, just like you're complaining, they all tell me, whatever increase you people are having in Nigeria, we are having it there. But Nigerians also will tell you, we still want to come. What is the reason why they want to go?
Okay, there's this thing they say, that anywhere now way except Nigeria. So that is what mainly the Gen Z say, right? Anywhere now way. Because except where you are right now, Nigeria is worse than any other West African country. There is nowhere you go that you will not find a Nigerian. Nigerians are in Nepal. Nigerians are in even Pakistan. Nigerians are there. They prefer to be there than to be here. Where somebody who is 18 can't even boast of anything, unlike the way it is in the UK. A child of 18 might already be independent, might have already even had a car, might have started working or doing some things. But you are 24, 25, you might even still be in school, maybe due to strike. You are still battling in year 2, year 3, year 4. And by the time that person comes out, you're not independent. You still have to gather your CV, enter streets, and start looking for a job. And before you would even find a job. So it's because things are much more better out there. You can't say, oh, like in the UK, if you're looking for a job, they won't consider your qualifications or consider, there are things that, we definitely know that things are happening there, the economy and everything, racism, right? And those things are happening there. But tribalism is worse here. You rather embrace racism in UK than the tribalism we are facing in Nigeria. So that's the reason why youths of nowadays prefer to jackpot. So it's just the amount of, let's say, pressure, unpreparedness that makes some people jackpot. And people who are already comfortable over there, they just feel like, oh, because of my business, I have to come back. But then the youths that jackpot with confidence, they can't bear it anymore. They are not prepared. They don't have anybody over there. So the best choice, instead of going there to commit crime, just come back home and stay with your family.
Okay, Abe, you live in the UK and then you are trying to jackpot to Nigeria. You're trying to put in your businesses together and wanting to come back home. Okay, now you heard what Chisom said. A whole lot of Nigerian youths wants to go there. Okay, and we have seen families that had sold maybe just one property belonging to every family, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, father, great-mom. They sell it for someone to, jackpot. Do you think it's worth it?
No. I don't think so, because I have come back to Nigeria because I see it as an opportunity, a land of opportunity. And I'm trying to understand that there's unemployment, the economy, people are suffering and everything. But I want to even bring it at a very basic level. Because I came back and I was like, okay, I know the minimum wage is 70K. Minimum wage is 70K. But then I started to, because me, I'm a business person, and I don't expect every person to be business-minded. But I saw opportunity. I see things differently. I went into the real estate. I went into short-let. Some things didn't work out. It was difficult. But then I went to start even selling granules, and then I started to see how it was made, how I could even export it, food stuff. So I don't know, I just feel that there's so much opportunities in Nigeria, and it's not, everybody's fault that they can be able to make the Nigeria work. I know, it has to start from the top, the leadership, and the way that the resources are being mismanaged and everything. But there's so much opportunity. They said in each state in Nigeria has at least 3 mineral resources, natural resources, gold, cool.
But are the citizens able to access this minerals?
We have to help ourselves sometimes.
How?
We just have to do it, in the little.
Let me quickly come in here. You said you came back, okay? You came back from you're trying to come into from abroad, okay? And then you said at some point you started even exporting granules. That's because you have the opportunity.
Can I just say something?
Not just the capital. You already have created your market abroad, so you have the right source to export to.
There is actually a training. A woman in Nigeria here. She trains. There's a training. I can share the training that she does to help Nigerians to give them opportunities to export abroad, even fashion, food stuff, and everything.
Do they have to pay for the training?
The training is not much. It's not much.
They will not give you.
It's not much. No, because
they will not give you what? They will not give you the secret of it.
Yes.
No, I have joined more than 4
of those training.
I've more than 4, and I pay huge amounts.
No, you need to be there. Okay.
Okay. Let's register another company.
I can even start to do some training if that's the case.
Let's leave the training aside. Let's leave the training aside. How do you expect a Nigerian that, of course, just like she said, probably came out from school, parents are not really buoyant, and he or she has not gotten a job, so there's no savings anywhere, and you expect that person to go for training and then start exporting. Where does the capital come from?
It doesn't have to be exports. It's unfortunate, I know, but there's still some people, like there's this Alaki just free trade. She's giving some funds to people. There's different fundings.
How many people?
It will not go around.
How many people have access to that information?
I know, but that's why I'm saying, it's training, information, getting it out there. But those that do will benefit. We can't help everybody.
The ratio is low.
There's opportunities out there. I understand because I'm
Before we go on a short break, I want Toyin to give me her side of what's your take on what I asked Abby. I mean, is it worth it when you sell your buildings and we hear people do that? Is it worth it?
It's worth it. I don't think so. When you go to UK, I come to the UK, the things is high cost of living is cold. People are suffering. Some of them are even in jail because they still can't fit into the culture.
Okay. Abby, let's go on a very quick short break. When we come back, we'll be having Tony talk to us on is it worth it to sell your property and go. We'll go on a very short break just to sip some water and I'll be back. Please sit. Welcome back. It's still Women in Conversation. We were talking Japa before we went on the short break. And I mean, behind the camera, there's been a lot of, yes, it's good to Japa. And, it's just that they're saying it's not good to Japa. Even the man behind the camera is also saying Japa is very important at this time in Nigeria. Toyin, you were saying something before we went on the short break. She said that it doesn't worth it. As of today, I regret not following my friend 2023. The family sold their car, sold their plot of land, and traveled. It was rough initially, but now they are thanking God. They are thanking God that they made the best decision at the right time. Because here, we keep struggling. Even business, everything is frustrating. Is it the rent that's going up? Is it the expedition that is high every day when you are not making it? And if you will not see that now, since about 2 years ago now, the population of the prison keep increasing because crimes, when they don't have opportunity to japa, they now begin to down.
But like Abe said, we can also still make Nigeria work and we can make it happen.
How?
She probably has to explain to us.
Time. I feel with time.
With time.
I know there is suffering. I know there's but with time, let's just have a good leadership. Somebody that has his head screwed on, that can make...
Honestly, I do not like the way Chisom is laughing. Because when I mentioned let's have a good leadership, she did... When? I don't understand.
The kind of patience she's preaching to us is the kind of patience they preach to cow from Sokoto. That calm down.
Reach there.
And by the time the cow saw himself in Abatio, pieces you.
Sometimes
is it until we all die of depression?
It gets worse before it gets better.
Ade.
Those that japad, when things start to get better here, for them to come in, you that have stayed and struggled, that have now established and you have your roots in, you see that you start to be elevated and promoted to positions that they can never get in. Nigeria will get better.
Amen.
Yeah, even they said before the end of this year, the currency will be 1 to 1.
Amen.
Yeah, and then when it becomes that, when the rate is different now, when we start to bring the skills for all those that have japan, they need to come back home.
Sister Bradon, we are all Christian, we are reading the same Bible. You are talking of hope, we are talking of reality.
Yes, and it is happening. People are coming back and bringing their skills. Doctors are coming back and bringing their skills so that...
Abe, it looks like you are just the one saying the doctors are coming back.
They are not coming back.
Some are coming back. Those that are japan before are coming back. I have stories.
Maybe when they come back, they are coming back to retired home. That's different.
They need training. Nigeria needs a lot of training.
Anyway, Abe, let me leave you. Let me go to the Gen Z in the house. Let her really explain to us if it is worth it to sell your family property to Japa, or you sell the property and start up something like Abe says, we can make it here in Nigeria. What's your take?
Okay, first of all, Japa is an emergency exit. Right now, Japa is an escape plan. It used to be a travel dream, right? People be like, oh, when I grow up, when I'll go to the UK, it's more like people were relaxed. Let's say from the 90s, we just go to travel for vacation. Nigerians were, But as of now, for the youth between 18 to 25, Japa is an emergency exit.
Yeah.
It's more like an escape plan, right? Because, when somebody have run out of option, we're not talking about somebody in his 30s or 40s who might have built something somewhere in Nigeria.
Even the 30s and 40s
have nothing to show for it. So that's why it's better to if you have to make sacrifices if you don't have option. If the sacrifice is, this is my only inheritance, and if I sell it, it gives me an opportunity to go to the UK to study and, to work, right? Because there are a whole lot of things now available in Canada. I mean, they want people who want to migrate to come and work. I think Canada, they open things like that, even for refugees. Look at what is happening in the north. We have a good number of youths dying on a daily. What happened in Jos? What happened in... So it's in
Kwara.
Exactly. So if there are opportunities that, come, we are receiving refugees, people who, you are migrating due to the fact that your country is... They should go. You can't tell them to stay. Build what? Out of nothing. There's nothing to build from. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay, thank you so much, Barrister Chisom. That brings us to insecurity. Because I said we're going to touch insecurity. Why I wanted us to touch it as mothers, as women, as wives, the insecurity for the recent days we've seen has gone to the children. Yeah, we saw what happened in Calabar, and we also saw what happened in Benue State, where the children were going to write their UTME and they were kidnapped, So as mothers, the talk of Japa brought us to insecurity. Abby, you say it is not important to think of leaving the country, but this is where we find ourselves now. As a mother, how would you want to secure your child that you live with in Nigeria? Because she mentioned something. She said, we can't even sleep with our 2 eyes closed any longer.
Yeah.
So how will you advise your child to stay off, should I say stay off target zone? Because it looks like everywhere is a target zone. And then with a child that is that scared, how do you think he or she wants to go out there to try and, make Nigeria better, like you said, or try to do something in Nigeria? These are children that were going to write exams. That's their offense. Yeah. They were just going to write their exams to be able to be better citizens and to be able to be a better person tomorrow. And then they were arrested. Over to you, Abby.
Yeah, it's heavy to see what these I'll call them evil people are doing, or to the children, because I heard that story, and it was even from a prayer group that we were praying, and we were very, very angry and prayed against insecurity in Nigeria, and then again why this was happening. And as we all know, it's to do with a lot of things that's happening in Nigeria. But I would say, you mentioned that, regarding the Japa business, because that's a different issue entirely. But at the same time, it's something that needs to be dealt with, the issue of insecurity in Nigeria from the leaders, and it will be done, because it's getting to a stage where we're all tired. Yeah, I'm here. I feel, also at risk. I've got CCTV in all my rooms, in the inside, not outside, inside the house. So I understand what people, and I know not everybody can, so
the crime rates.
Yes, then we can bring it to the table.
Okay.
How often do people get killed in UK?
All right, Abe.
Nigeria?
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question the way I want you to answer. So probably I'll ask Toyin. Toyin, yeah, okay. So Toyin, with the situation of the insecurity in Nigeria, do you think in fact, we were talking about those children that were kidnapped, and those ones in Calabar, we haven't heard stories if they were released. It was just the ones from Benue that we saw the videos that they were released. So those ones in Benue that were released, do you think they want to go back to school or write exam without having that?
Let me ask you, as a mother, can you send your daughter or your child to that same school same day?
No.
Hi. What are we talking about? This thing is very emotional and very sad. Thank God we are all mothers. Is it that easy to bring a life to bring a child to life? This thing does not start yesterday. I remember 2014. I was in labor. The days of Chibok.
Yes.
Up till now, they were not complete. Till now. If any of us happen to be a mother of any of those children, and you now see opportunity of Japa, even if it is to Kuton, want to pack them to the neighboring country. Insecurity, this is, do you know, 3 days ago, last week, the school of my daughter sent a mail that they are going on excursion. I started praying to cancel this excursion. How will only me be cancelled excursion? Excursion is a good thing because traveling to give them around is part of education. but not again in Nigeria.
Yeah. True.
They went to Abeokuta. I cannot sit down. I put myself in fast, walking about, praying, monitoring them till I hear they're back.
Chisom.
Yeah, so just to buttress what Tony said, I think Nigeria is to me, Nigeria is like a balloon, right? It's like a balloon, and the more corruption, just like that is how the breeze is just getting bigger and bigger, and the day it will burst, I just pray.
I go down there.
You are holding this jackpot in so fair. Yeah, okay,
so Nigeria is deep rooted in unpredictability, right? You cannot if you say, oh, let's learn skill, let's all join hand, Nigeria will be better. The government did this. It's better not to wait and say, oh, I have hope for the next 2 years. I think that is what they said the last 5 years ago or the last 4 years ago, right? So that unpredictability is like an obstacle. It's like a canker worm, right? That is deep rooted in corruption, and it's really terrible, affecting everybody. So the system of JAPA itself, right? It's just like I told you, it's an emergency exit, especially for the young ones. So if there's an opportunity for them, they should leave, because of the high insecurity that is going on. Because in Nigeria, we celebrate basic functionality is seen as a miracle. It's not. It's not. The government is not working. That's just what it is.
That's it.
Yes.
Okay, one word from you, Chisom. If you have the opportunity to jackpot today, you are a barrister in Nigeria. You're a known barrister with a known chambers. Do you think you will want to jackpot?
I would.
God bless you.
Because we are all at risk. That is the main point.
Jackpot. Will you want to jackpot?
I will say it 25 times without changing my word. I will jackpot straight if I have the opportunity.
Okay. Abby, if you have the opportunity to jackpot, will you want to jackpot?
As I said, I'm here for change, transformed Nigeria.
I pray.
Remain positive that we'll work it out.
Amen.
And things will get better. To me, I just remain positive. It's sad what is happening with the kidnapping and everything, and the insecurity.
Thank you so much, Abby. Thank you so much. Abby believes that Nigeria can be better, and she also believes that we can actually make it here in Nigeria. That's Abby's belief. But Chisom and Toyin believes that if there's opportunity to japa, they will japa, even though they are well established in Nigeria. At least they're not amongst those that are begging before eating, yet they want to japa. We would like to know what your own take is. Do you want to japa, or you want to believe like Abby that Nigeria will be better someday? That's what we're going to be ending this program today.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV,
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Unchangeable, reliable. Only God can do what no man can do. If to say not be God, if to say not be Chineke, if to say not be Osalobua, if to say not be God for the situation now what we do for this country, many of us now they breathe well again. people going to ask, what be the problem? Some people going to say, now President Tinubu, people going to say, what did this President Tinubu do, sir? Nigerians are not breathing well, Southwest is not bandits. Just the way all those boys, they say, condemn asset, condemn iron, condemn phone, condemn bandits. But however, I want to beg the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, all the governors, all the ministers, all the senators, all the security agency, army, police. Nigerians are not smiling, For the past 1 year, Nigerians know they chop 3 times a day again. Now different BP. In fact, Nigerians, we are already BP-rized. Okay, so I'm surprised the way you tell the talk. You know if they talk says it's Tinubu, what did this Tinubu do? What did he do when we say not let them? What did he do?
Okay, what did Tinubu not do? What did he not do?
Everywhere Tinubu.
This man. When I say the truth, what did Tinubu do?
What did he do? What did the man do?
You know what they do? When you just say if not be God, Nigeria for no breathe again.
We not they breathe well again.
Okay, but what did that happen? You where they talk? What did that happen?
We don't sleep. Everything don't go up. If you carry money at a market, you go to find out for market.
They cost.
Make it British down. What's it meant for?
How much is 1 kilo of gas now?
No.
1,700.
Kg at 2,000 naira for my area. For 1 kg for gas.
Okay, but what did you not do?
Yeah, it costs.
Any man will go enter this seat when you don't get plan before you enter there.
Why don't they call the governor?
You don't get plan.
The governor, no, they call the governor. We not get minister. We not get senator.
Okay, when the aid is corrupt, the times they move anyhow.
However, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Edo State, this bus now when I did so, the engine don't, they sound well again. Those people say those new cha-cha bus where you buy will be diesel and CNG.
Bring them for us. Bring them. Make him hear them. Make him bring the bus.
The bus take competence.
Now government has the one use them. Now governor the head. I love to do one. This one never reach 30 years. Where they do this one? This one never reach 30 years. As the brand new one come now, they don't go bring and make with the head.
They don't go commissioner. They don't go shaker.
Commission. Make the bring and come from me with commissioner. So when they go book for government as when you talk now. Now government as the one use and
for the past 3 years, you want to say never see what Tinubu don't do?
Tinubu?
What did you do? For the past 3 years, you never see what he don't do?
I see what he do. Tinubu do something. He use hungry beaters. He do something.
Move. 50 bus now, Paolo buy Akpako bus. His Excellency. His Excellency. Akpako rescue.
This government the boss wey he buy, me no know whether I buy, but are you the talker?
They come my house.
Make it bring am, cause they try.
Toilet dey inside.
We no expect say.
We no expect say you go try this. ATM dey inside. Police station dey inside.
Make it bring am come. As we dey enter this old one, so that make we still enjoy the new one. You know the enter.
Governor, that's why they tell us say the new one. Police station dey inside. ATM dey inside. Security dey inside. Toilet dey inside. Where you go chop 3 times a day? Dey inside. Hey! I want to. I pledge to Nigeria, my country. Hey, whoa!
Waiting they happen.
If you see where Nigeria go just dey waka dey talk. Nigerians go dey waka dey talk. What's all this? Oga. Good morning. How the family now? Nigerians go just dey complain about Tinubu. What did Tinubu do? Everywhere Tinubu, he said
that guy come to me say people Tinubu, they don't want to let the man. I don't know what he do.
But what thing I know that don't everybody we get the person we will still give and go do more than Tulumbu. This country where we don't know where we go. Then I go when they go, but then I come back when they come. It's only God can help us. It's only God can help us this country. And nobody will say this country don't get ACB. Everybody they complain for hardship. Food we no see, water we no see. Everything we they complain. More all of us gather man they tell God may help us, may touch us so that we find something to do. Things can move well. This Tulumbu matter. If you talk about Tulumbu, another can go now can be worse than Tulumbu. So we know how they work out. So we don't be said to hold to now. You walk and walk. That is good move well. Understand? Yes.
Understand? Say make we president of Nigeria. Say make we no. The way Nigerians they complain about Tinubu, what did he do? Not be Tinubu for the complaint senators. He get Facebook. Tinubu na president, not be he be God. Yes. What is senators? Then they sleep. As a rep, then they sleep. Politician, then they sleep. Make we look well. I be human rights advocate. United Nations human rights advocate. Not this Tinubu where they shout everywhere for Nigeria. They shout 1-2 man. Not be only 2 man will be president. Senator, they be president. Money when senator they receive, he need to build the street, you build people. When they this state? What did they tell me? President there, he be like what you were talking. Just like a figure there. He be like figure. Now try to tell you, fresh me. Make a face and look me. This is United Nations human rights advocate. Oh yeah, me talk. Oh yeah. No. Wait, make I open my shoes. Make I don't see you when I wear now. Okay. I dey hear you. What be the problem? The problem when we get now bandits don't drive us. I won't go shave my hair now. Me I wear car, make them not catch me. Bandit? You don't know what be bandit. They can't be journalists. No. What is bandit? What is it? Bandit are people when they killing innocent people. And these people now, maybe some of them not get job. I don't tell government. Say me that they pay social to people when not get job. Not be everybody will get job. See, Africa not there equal. Me they tell you, Africa they not there equal. I don't go many countries. Now social, now they tell the control person. You they hear me now? This country just there like that. Man, no, they don't arrest me the way they arrest can know. What is your problem? What is your problem? My problem is the hungry. I want run. What's your problem? I want run. My problem is no food to eat. Bandit, they pursue. I want run. You be bandit. I cannot come run. Like play, shut up. Drop your comments. Now wait till they happen. Now wait till they happen. This one done too bad. This one done. I dey for Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. As they watch me now, drop your comments. To you, what did this President Tinubu do? We be say all over Nigeria. It's like some people not like him. Why some people like him? And the truth of the matter, people will not like him. Not many people like him. Now the truth of the matter be that to drop your comments. People will like the president, and people will not like the president. People will not like the president, plus people will like the president is equals to what?
Also, waiting they happen.
Election done they come, oh. Now say your vote, oh. No need to fight, oh. Election done they come, oh. No say your vote, oh. No say your vote, oh. Election done they come, oh. No say your vote, oh. No need to fight, oh. People could complain. No say your vote, oh. Election done they come, oh. No say your vote, oh. No need to fight, oh. Election done they come, oh. No say your vote.
So,
God. How the family?
We dey.
People go to church, they call President Tinubu. What did this President Tinubu do? People will like President Tinubu plus people will not like
I don't like him. I don't like him.
So that's your own opinion.
I don't like him at all.
Why you not like somebody,
no.
a president of a country?
No, I don't like him.
Do?
People they suffer now. Look at this for market, very, very expensive.
Eh?
Now.
A president.
See for now, before it don't go up. Eh? Then how want to survive him?
You know,
I want to survive.
You know, that because of America and
no be because of that. Before that time, no be go now say they remove subsidy.
Why would I not
like remove subsidy?
Why would I know why some people not like him?
Oga, me no like him. I know what. Oga, I don't tell you so. Now you ask me question, how they answer you now?
I said people will like President Tinubu.
Me, I don't like him.
Because people will not like
me, I don't like him. See recharge card now, everything don't go up. Go market now, go buy tomato for market. May see how much they say tomato. Eh? No, as fuel go up, everything go up. As fuel go up, everything go up. Don't see me I carry back. I go buy some market.
Why don't they call the governors name?
Which governors?
Why don't they call senators?
Not be way into do the governors. That governors say they work. Okay, see Ekiti state election now. Nobody say they say do they share money. Share money for them now. They say PCC winner. I tell you, I see television no show am. Network no.
They happen. Boss Sununa. Now waiting they happen. Boss Sunun. Now waiting they happen. Boss Sunun. Now waiting they happen. This one done too bad oh.
I just they work everywhere. They ask people why some people don't like President Tinubu and some people like him.
You suffer too much.
Okay, you not go fit talk like that. You not go fit talk. Okay,
I
know you. First of all, okay, go and bring your constitution.
I beg, check my bag there. Give me 1999 federal.
Bring your 1999 constitution. I never see.
From the beginning, the big mistake when this man make, as he remove subsidy. Subsidy. He scattered this economic sector in this country so far. Let me give you a little example, Mr. Man. Before we are intermotor from here to Kano, it's the highest 4,500, 5,000 naira. Yes.
To Kano?
Yes. It's 4,500, 5,000 naira.
Are you not lying or what? 4,000?
As my age. As my age. I would talk lie. What is my benefit? What is my benefit? Now, if you go Adwa when you enter motor go Kano, you pay 25,000 naira or 30,000 naira.
To Kano.
If you not get, you relax or you go die there.
For what you talk to?
So please,
for what you
I call the attention for the Mr. Tinubu to bring back the subsidy back.
It's not possible.
Why you say so?
It's not possible. After 3 years, to bring back subsidy.
And so what? We don't see the benefit of that.
Wait.
I'm a citizen of this country.
A senior citizen like you. For the past 3 years, you said the policy of this present government is not working.
Yes, actually. From here to north, 30,000 naira, which is improper. Is a big international challenge to the common man. Common man is suffer.
Why would they use this 1999 constitution?
This 1999 constitution, I read this one day and night to make sure that I know my right.
To know your rights?
Quite all right.
Is waiting day here different from waiting they happen for outside?
Actually, confirm.
No. Waiting day here.
Let me tell you, section 14 in this constitution.
Section 14.
Fundamental objection and directive for the principle of the state policy. The governor, the government, and the people. Are you getting my point? Number 14A. The federal government of this country shall be a state based on the principle of democracy and social justice. The social justice. Are you experiencing the social justice in this country? Number 2, it is hereby accordingly declared that sovereign belong to the people.
Yes.
Says power belong to the masses.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
So it's the primary responsibility to the government to make sure that they protect the life and property in this country. See, bandits occupy everywhere in this country.
Are you aware we have Nigerian army? Are you aware we have?
They are not.
They are
not active. They are not active. Satisfied with me or me? I'll go.
Continue with the constitution.
This is the primary and secondary responsibility to the federal government to make sure that I sleep well, I wake up well, and I eat well.
Are you not sleeping
I send my children to go school.
Are you not sleeping
properly?
Well? Are you not sleeping well?
You don't sleep well. You are citizen of this country. You don't sleep well. Answer my question.
My BP high. My BP high.
Yeah, 5 pure water for him, may drink.
Bottle water.
5 pure water for him.
I got bottle water.
Pure water. I don't get money to buy.
I got bottle water.
I don't get money to buy pure bottle water for you.
Constitution. Now 1999 constitution.
It's a 1999 constitution. Not be a constitution at the redo.
It's different from what they happen for outside Nigeria.
This topic alone. This topic alone is a failure to the federal government.
They never amend them.
Well, now the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of the government. You experience that one?
Not be Nigeria you there. Let's carry this rumor of bandits and kidnappers.
It's not a rumor, Mr. Man. I'm talking. You're talking.
Come. What is rumor about that? What is rumor about that? Tell me the one way be rumor for waiting don't tell you now. Is it not bandit to anywhere, everywhere? As I talk to you now, full security. Now every problem will get. Nigerians cannot feed themselves any longer.
No, this man go bring 1999 constitution.
Where's the authority?
I said just the constitution. I want to hear the one with them.
See what I read for him. I don't know whether he did doubt.
He said fundamental objectives and directive principle of state policy.
It's happening.
Yes. See, the primary responsibility of government now to protect life and property.
Is Nigerian government not protecting Nigerians?
0-9.
That's your own opinion.
That is F9.
That's your own opinion.
That is F9.
No.
Go ask another person.
Which kind of opinion? Come, are you saving your house? Tell me true, you dey sleep with your 2 eyes.
Are you threatening me?
I'm not threatening you. I'm asking you a question. Are you saving your own house now?
Are you threatening me?
No.
Answer the question.
No, answer
yes
the question.
No, Mr. Man. You are a citizen of this country.
Do you know how many dogs I have in my house?
Dog and
dog.
so
I have
what?
dogs.
Okay,
and
now
so,
I have 80
you
dogs.
have dogs.
You know the share.
No,
I have dogs in my house.
You don't agree to what they talk. Say he not get safety.
Fellow the comment.
You don't have safety. You know not.
Waiting they happen.
Free water for him may manage in life.
On my body they hot. On my body.
They hot. We can't even afford you water. No, not to give out time. Water is expensive.
No, may they give him.
Because of God.
Come down.
At my age, now you they buy me sachet water at my
You
age.
will see water drink.
At my age,
You see this?
at my age, you they give me this. You allergic. At my age,
I
you
don't
they
try
give
the
me.
situation in this country. I don't try.
No. At my age, now you give me this sachet water.
Wait. I will not blame you. Now, because you will see this water drink.
And I own fan for you. The fan they blow you. My fan they blow you.
My friend, I beg, take water. You don't need that.
I love why I mean.
That's what you need that. For water.
No. Why you go see the pure water?
Waiting they happen.
I beg, give me cocoyam, take.
You never correct.
You don't correct.
I know if you put sauce.
You pour here.
I know put on you. Now you're in a bag. I know they put.
I give you wazalako. 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 You beg any? I walk. We happy. Now for those of you now they watch us on live for Facebook, for ITV, for TikTok, this is cocoyam. Many of you are not the chopper. Benin people they call them Aka. You when they watch us, whether it be Hausa or Igbo or Yoruba or what do they call cocoyam for your language? Drop your comments, share them. I give you wazalako. I give you wazalako. I give you say fish everything go join and 1,001 pages.
No, now 1,500.
You give me another cocoyam, tomatoes and pepper, me I go chop.
You buy fish. You buy, why you no buy?
Scooby I don't ship.
How much are the seller?
Fish there, not
Don't shoot my wife.
Cocoyam. May I just test them?
You know the test them. They can any other day about it. I don't know. We had the waters. I don't know. I get no more waters. Okay. If I catch you,
what is this cocoyam do for me?
It's good now. Good now. What you come make a point there? Say those people will be saying.
Cocoyam where they see from backyard.
Now 50,000 for bag. 50,000.
Cocoyam where scatter every day.
Now 50,000 for bag. For bag.
Oh yeah, 50 cents.
Hey, money no they come from heaven. To better thing money go come. Now true word that they tell you so.
Oh yeah, good.
This is pepper tomatoes.
Now put the fish. Now put 500. Now put her.
Put her.
How many?
One. All together now.
1.5.
Sharp. Now take this level. Officer, hello, gallant. Gallant. Hey, original. Agree to. Hello.
Waiting they happen.
How far clear? Clear. Share for Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, and to serve Nigeria with all my strength. That's so it's supposed to be. We are suffering and smiling, but how you see this my car? Check this my car. How you see the car? I see you. Federal government of Nigeria, all the governors in Nigeria, all the senators, all the ministers, Nigerians are not happy. Nigerians are not happy. What to make Nigerians not happy? Hunger, inflation, corruption, insecurity.
Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. Now waiting they happen. ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, Oba Tope! Yari.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, it's always an exciting moment to have you join me on Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. While politics and the political system of Nigeria is still much of a discussion and a lot of persons still criticizing the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, we're going to be going out on the streets to talk to well-meaning Nigerians, well-to-do citizens, concerned citizens about President Bola's 3 years in office, what he has been able to do for the citizens, what citizens have been able to achieve from his administration since his emergence. Basically, we're going to be analyzing, criticizing, talking about everything that has to do with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's 3 years in office on Viewpoints today on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Let's go hear what they have to say and share with you.
If the president was able
Nigerians won't be so anxious to get rid of him as they are in 2027. President Bola Tinubu has no policy on anything. The constitution of our land says the primary purpose of government is to provide security and welfare for its citizens. Which policy of Tinubu is addressing is to arrange some paper together and show it to us, because they are adept in that APC at throwing up papers and statistics that don't exist. If he manages to throw up some paper as his security policy, then that is the most failed security policy any government, including in Southern Sudan and former Rwanda and Somalia, have ever put in place, because it's a policy that is killing Nigerians. Economically, everybody has thought that since he said he was an accountant and he has worked in multinational, in other words, he has participated in corporations, that he would be one that would value what we mean when we are talking about diversifying economy by bringing in privatization and private sector players. We have thought that he's going to take advantage of the natural resources that we have in Nigeria. Huge money spinning natural resources. The maritime industry can replace oil effectively and fetch us far, far more, finances than we are getting in this mono economy that we call oil. And he is from the southwest, where we have the largest body of maritime, potentials. What policy does Tinubu have in the maritime industry? There's none. What policy does he have in the textile industry? Nigerians are fashion-loving people. And here we go to Italy, we go to Spain, we go to everywhere to buy clothes. But by the time some few Nigerians, in their ingenuity, discover the kind of clothes that we wear now, that you call Niger Delta and different kind of clothes, the potentials of Nigeria in their ability to be able to create fashion within and from local industries are rare in the southwest, where he also comes from. And the fabric we call Atiku in the north and all of that. So that if you had a textile industry in Nigeria, encouraged by any government, we'll be making hundreds of millions of dollars from that per year. Did he invest in that? No. The Jakarta steel industry, we have one of the easiest, iron and steel to process in the world. Russia came and tried to develop that industry. That industry is still lying fallow. If you have a modern president who is not thinking of industrialization, is not thinking of huge investments in natural resources that are, revenue generating, how do you begin to say that that government has a policy? The policy of social conditional money transfer that you never see. The policy, what policies does he have? So he has no policy for developing a nation. Now let's come to the social dignity of man. What policy does he have to protect the respect and dignity of Nigeria? Does he have that policy? Political policy, what policy does he have in the political realm? He has polarized the nation so much. Now, what policy does he have in terms of developing our nation with respect to institutional building? He has destroyed the judiciary. The judiciary now has no respect, because nobody goes to the law courts now to get justice. We begin to talk of how much the judge is likely to take. Judges themselves, lawyers themselves, activist lawyers themselves are all complaining about political interference under this regime in the judiciary. Non-judicial officers like Wike, who is not practicing law, has never practiced law since he said he was a lawyer, his only boast is that he has influence over the judiciary. And we see this political interference. There is no opposition party in Nigeria today that is not having trouble, interference from the ruling party. So the policy of the present government is more deleterious to the Nigerian society than if he had no policies at all. And he has no policies at all. So the present government has no justification for exceeding one day beyond May 29, 2027. And Nigerians have all seen this. It's affecting the rich, it's affecting the poor, it's affecting businesses, it's affecting multinational corporations, it's affecting local corporations. So why does a government exist?
This great country, President Ahmed Tinubu has done very well in terms of infrastructural development, in terms of human capital development, particularly the NEL Fund for students. Honestly speaking, when I was in school as a student in the University of Benin, I was working and at the same time I was in school. It wasn't easy. But now you have students who have access to loan, where you build students, you build the future of the country, you build the nation. As far as I am concerned, that singular action of Mr. President has transformed the educational sector. And it has also helped our students who are struggling with funds. And we tend to undermine this aspect of achievement of Mr. President. And the opposition try to look at areas that the president probably also need to look into. Oh yes, the issue of security is being tackled. You will agree with me that the issue of security precedes this administration, and the government is doing all it can to also deal with that aspect of issues that we are having. The Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, a massive project that is currently being undertaken by the current administration. The government has done so well in terms of infrastructure. Agriculture, the government has also put in a whole lot of funds into that area. Importantly is the fact that allocation to states have tripled. State governments across the 36 states, the allocation to them have tripled, as well as the local government. You can see what is happening in Edo State. Because we have funds. Because the governor of Edo State is doing a whole lot in the state through the China agenda. And you can see the infrastructure that is currently taking place in the state. It is basically because the federal government have ensured that the states get their fair share in terms of revenue allocation and the revenue sharing. And that is what we are seeing currently, even in the state. The development that is taking place across the states, not only in Edo, across the 36 states of the Federation, is as a result of the federal government that have released funds to this state. So also the local government that are also doing their own best. In this state, through the China agenda of the governor and the renewal agenda of the federal government, there is massive development taking place across sectors. Yes, is there room for improvement? Absolutely, there is room for improvement. I won't say that there are areas that the government should look into some areas as well. So a lot of things that the government have not looked into, the government will also look into them. And I very much believe that the issue of development is something that is an ongoing project. So I very much believe that the Tinubu administration is on course to win the next election, the 2027 election. I don't see any reason why the Tinubu administration or the president will not win the election. I don't see any reason at all. The government came in, met a very deplorable economic situation. The government courageously put in some reforms. The removal of subsidy is one of the bold and courageous reform that the government put in place, and that actually generated a lot of funds for the government, and that is why you see these funds being sent to other states of the federation. And sometimes when people ask, "Oh, what has he been doing with the funds?" and I just laugh. The citizens should be patient. Economic reform takes time to translate into development. It takes some time. For me, I believe that the timeliness of these economic policies is also vital.
For me, only one side had been forfeited or fulfilled. That is increase in revenue. Yes, there is no government that can work without revenue. So he increased the revenue. Revenue going to federal, state, and local government has increased, if not 4 times what it used to be before he came. But what is happening to the revenue? Is it being used for security? I don't know, because I'm not seeing the handwriting or the work. Is it being used for roads? I don't know. I'm not seeing any federal government roads in Edo State, Benin, Lagos, Benin, Port Harcourt, Benin, Sobe, Akure Road, Benin, Onitsha Road. I'm not seeing any job that is commensurate with the amount of money that the federal government is getting. If you talk of security, I think it's deteriorating day in, day out. And for me, this is very simple to do. There were vigilantes at the local level, at the community level, before this government came in. What they do was to cancel them, take the guns from them, and if they reconstitute, we are not seeing it. I'm from Ovia. I have not gone to farm for the past 6 weeks because my own village is now the target where people are being kidnapped, ransom collected, some are killed. If you even carried any of the kidnappers to the police, the following day you see the same person in your village. So, for me, security is zero. As far as federal government is concerned, road activities is zero. Even the electricity that he promised that if he does not give us electricity, we should not vote for him. That is what he told us. Are we having light? Let us be frank to ourselves. So he needs to tell us why he thought that electricity will be my first priority and I'm going to give it to the people. It is time for him to explain to us why. Nigerians will always listen. That is why Bibi said all the names that Nigerians call him. He decided to pick the one evil genius. How can somebody be an evil and also be a genius? You understand? And the same Bibi said, if you ask Nigerians one question, you have 100 answers, and the 100 are correct. See, it was the football that time when they asked one American journalist when they get back to America, I said, what will you remember Nigeria for? I said 2 things. First, they are suffering and smiling. The second one, when they say NEPA, there is no light, and it is not always regular. You see how he describes us. We are people that takes risk in terms of let's manage, tomorrow will be good. But the government is not helping us. So for me, I have not seen what Mr. President has done for the past 3 years to warrant him to recontest.
The Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration came into power on the 29th of May 3 years ago. That administration came in, and the very first thing he did was to remove subsidy from petroleum products, particularly fuel, PMS. That was it was a shock to all Nigerians, and it resulted in a chain reaction. It resulted in the fact that prices of food petrol went up, and transportation goes with fuel, and so prices of goods and services skyrocketed. This ended up not giving Mr. President a honeymoon which a newly elected president should get. It was courageous anyway, I must say, because other administrations have been kicking the can forwards, trying to refuse to face that difficult decision. He took that difficult decision, and I must give him credit for that. But the thing was that it was a planless decision because he did not sit down to find out what will be the results of that action. He also harmonized the foreign exchange into a single exchange, and it also caused hardship to the country. The removal of fuel subsidy and the harmonization of the foreign exchange to one single foreign exchange also caused hardship to the country and the citizens. And so we also see that Mr. President has been going on a borrowing spree. He seems to, at any opportunity, just go ahead and borrow, which is digging Nigeria into the debt pits. which ought not to be. His mantra seems to be borrow, borrow, borrow. I urge Mr. President right now to put his feet on the brakes on borrowing, because he must understand that borrowing also ends up in payments. How are you going to pay? Can we continue like this? A government exists for the welfare and security of its people. We see insecurity everywhere in this country, and government is not being reduced to a government of condolence messages. Every time killings are held in the north, various parts, north, east, north, central, we send condolence messages. Life has become very cheap in Nigeria, that death no longer means anything to Nigerians. Now the chicken is coming home to roost. It has come to the southwest, and now Nigerians are panicking. How do we handle all these situations? Let me go into the oil sector. We find out that every administration wants to do turnaround maintenance on refineries that are not working. Billions of dollars are poured in it, and yet nothing comes out of it, only to end up throwing money into a cesspit for people to loot. That is not how a country should be run. We have seen Mr. President junketing for investments. I must commend him, because from what I see or read, he gets some deals for the country. It has been economic diplomacy he has been doing, and if it comes to fruition, I hope it benefits Nigeria to ensure that those deals that he gets come home to Nigeria and develop Nigeria. One of the ways that it would have been better was for him to long ago to have had ambassadors. He recalled all the ambassadors all over the world back home until the United States pressure came on him before it dawned on him that he should appoint ambassadors. When he does that economic diplomacy abroad, it is for the ambassadors to go ahead and ensure that the nitty-gritties and the enforcement of those agreements are done, and Nigerians get the benefits. When we did not have ambassadors, and even some still don't have ambassadors because some have been rejected, it is very important that he should have listened to the advice of Nigerians calling him to appoint ambassadors. And so, coming back again to borrowing, Mr. President should press the brakes on borrowing. He should stop borrowing. And again, any person who has a first term in office may always want to have a second term. I'm not going to stop Mr. President for contesting for a second term, but he should sit down and think, what has my first term brought to Nigerians? What am I going to tell Nigerians when I get to the rostrum on campaign? Is he going to be dancing and singing and just clapping hands for women? Or rather, he should be telling us of his scorecard in 3 years. What will you do for us in 4 years that you have not done in these 3 years? I wish Mr. President well as he goes ahead campaigning for a second term, and I hope Nigerians are wiser and take the
Tinubu administration has been so terrible. Starting from the first day he resumes office up to this time, there have not been something tangible or positive that one citizen will say that they will look up to or hold on to, that in this area he has actually done well. The first speech he gave as he resumed as president was one of them was the fuel subsidy removal, and since then Nigeria has not been the way it is. Just imagine our minimum wage you see is not up to 80,000 naira, and some persons are spending up to 60,000 naira for transport going to office every day. So how will such persons survive? So it's so painful that the salary of an average Nigerian will not be able to buy one bag of rice. So coming back again for second tenure, that if his conscience is actually working fine, he would have just have to we abandon that vision and focus on something else, you can become a patron, you can become an elder spokesman to direct any other person, maybe the younger ones, to pick up the office. Because look at the area of insecurity. It has become so terrible that in some areas by 6 p.m. they have to lock up their business places, run home because of the bandits and the herdsmen issues. Even in Edo State, when you go to areas in Ekpoma, students are no longer in schools. It's as if the plans of the Fulani and the herdsmen is actually come to place, because one of their motive is to end education, and you can see their target. They are either targeting on religion houses or they are targeting on schools. Like one of our renowned politician will say, is a pisma. So it's a very painful thing that we are seeing people like this. They know what they are doing is not working, and they are still striving to go second term. It has affected us a lot because in some areas that we are supposed to buy property maybe in a cheaper rate so that we can sell and make more money, we have to abandon those areas and focus on areas that they are maybe a little bit secured. And some persons are even striving to eat. So in a situation like what we are experiencing in Nigeria today, so if you ask an average Nigerian to provide 200,000 naira monthly, they can't get it. Or you're asking someone who is receiving salary of 70,000 naira to be able to save to buy property. It's not an easy, despite the pay small or instrumental system that we put in place. Many persons are unable to afford it. The high cost of living is consuming a lot from their daily income. It's only those in diaspora that are really trying to put one or two together to buy property. And if you check the insecurity in the country, it's not encouraging them. They will tell you, instead of them to come and buy property at home, they better buy property in overseas. And you check the statistics, buying property in Nigeria and buy property overseas, you will encourage yourself to either you buy over there, not even the area of security. Now we are talking about the economical value. Then add the insecurity to it. Some of them have already crossed their mind that over their dead body they are not coming to Nigeria. So you trying to convince such person to come and buy property is a waste of time. So it's really affecting some businesses. Either you are selling, you are a car dealer, you are into properties. The insecurity, the economic hardship is affecting a lot.
Talking about the present administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I would say, talking about it, first and foremost, if you want me to score him, I'll score him below average, because in some areas he has done well and in some areas he hasn't done well. First and foremost, the major thing that has impressed me most in his government is this the policy of NEL Fund that is helping the students, because of course I came from that background, that is helping the students presently, whereby no matter how poor your parents are, you can access NEL Fund and won't drop out of school. Talking about insecurity, unfortunately insecurity, it hasn't improved. It has gone on another dimension. First and foremost, past administrations, Boko Haram and the rest were more. This administration, banditry, kidnapping is more, Talking about his coming back, unfortunately, I'll tell you the truth, he will come back because the so-called politicians are not ready to take power. There's a coalition that has scattered. They came to form another party, They can't come together to unseat the president because they all have the same interest and the same ambition. And unfortunately, I don't see any of these old politicians that have been recycling themselves. I don't see any of them taking us out of the situation we are presently in the country. Because they've been there before now. I can't see what they did. Former vice president, all of them, they've been there in one capacity or the other. I can't see what they did, that is better than what President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing right now. Except probably maybe a new person comes out and will say, okay, let us try this person. They form a coalition in ADC. We all know the story of ADC right now. Some of them have gone to NDC. So they have all scattered, they've all shared their vote. President Tinubu is playing the politics, getting the governors to himself. And trust me, there's no governor that would not want to deliver his state, either by hook or by crook. So at the end of the day, we'll go and vote. We believe in this country. But at the end of the day, straightforward, President Tinubu will come back 2027. So if you ask me, I will say, if his administration have been fair, has it been fair? Yes and no. No, because presently we're still experiencing what we've been experiencing. Yes, because if given time, some of his policies can yield results, and at the end of the day, we'll get to where we are going.
It has really been an eventful years for citizens in President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administrations, and opinions differ. While some